All right, so good morning, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. I will be on at 10 a.m. I've got a few small things I got to take care of with my kids. I'll be right back, but you will be seeing. You'll at least have the Bookmap up for you this morning, and the chart is charted out for today. Be conscious of this blue line here this morning. I don't know if I should make this or this green line. I'm not sure if I should make this green or yellow. This was the green line from yesterday, that Bookmap support that we had yesterday. I don't know if you can see that. Hold on. Give me a second here. So this was that close that we had yesterday. Maybe I should extend this red line. So when we came in when we closed out yesterday, the market, this became a pin into cash again today, okay? So this 395.19, this zone down here is going to act as a pivot point. Pivot point technically today is 397.26. So you're going to give
Treasury's extending declines. 10-year yield rises to 3.75%.
Make sure you let people know that. Make sure you let people know that this morning. So this zone right here, I want you to realize that the real pivot point is 397.26. For you to get bullish, we need to trade above this this morning.
ECB's Decos says I can't anticipate how much rates need to climb.
Here's the gap to close off of the open this morning. Now, I do want to warn you that
this stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Hang tight here.
Free trial at tickstrike.com.
So it's probable that we bounce off the bell here and try to close this gap above today, but I do want you to be aware that if we reverse off of this pivot, the overall trend is down right now. It would be nothing for us to attempt to make this trade higher, bounce off the pivot, and then start moving lower. I would say to you that, I'm just going to put this on here real quick. Give me just a second here. There's going to be a magnet down below here for 390. Possibly even lower to 386, 383. And that's the lower band of that down channel that I was showing, that we've been talking about, that the bottom end of that down channel for the past week. Like the last 4 or 5 trading sessions, we've talked about 383, 385. But there should be some kind of a magnet down here as well. So let me see if I can write this in here. There's some kind of a magnet down. So just be careful of Be careful of the mantra of close the gap above. If everyone's trying to close the gap, it seems like everyone's trying to close the gap. They're not going to close it. They won't. So this is a magnet down here. So just be careful. My thought is off the bell that we're going to trade this straight up and try to close that gap above. And here's that gap we're talking about here. That everyone seems to want to close, reset shorts, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to expect that gap to get closed today. But just be conscious of it. Be conscious of this pivot point, because you could see people jump in right off the gap or right off the bell, and then we slam into the pivot point and start trading lower. Still use this zero gamma. This is basically, it's not quite zero gamma, but this is going to decide which way we go today as this little green and red box, okay? This is either going to be very supportive, or it's going to lead. If we start trading below this point here, we're going down, okay? And you're going to have a price target down below of 390, possibly even lower, to 384, 383, 385, believe it or not. So just be conscious of this zone here. You don't want to be caught below this and being bullish today, okay? And I do think we close the gap today or tomorrow. If we don't close this tomorrow, it might be a nice trade to pick up even just a call spread for Wednesday to close this gap. That way you don't even have to worry about where we head to get here. If we trade down, then back up and swoop up to grab it at Wednesday at some point, it might be a nice trade to consider putting on like a 2-day spread. Let me see here. And you can see that we're trying to you can see right on Bookmap that we're trying to bounce into some support down here. So we'll see if this support holds. So even the opening bell, it's looking like there could be this, grind down, kill all these options, maybe even step it down, and then you get to rip to your gap. So look for an opportunity down here to take long. Be careful of all the mantra on Twitter and FinTwit. And trade like you normally trade, regardless of all the noise that's out there. That's the only thing I can say to you guys when you're listening to people on Twitter and FinTwit. So good morning to you. Good morning to you. I'll be here at 10. No later. I've got my kids. I'm trying to get them into school right now. My wife's busy in a meeting, so I just need about 10, 15 minutes. I can get them started, and I will be right back to trade with you. A minute 20 left until the opening bell. Let everybody know about the zero gamma, the magnet down below, the pivot point, and the gap above. And I will be right back. Let me see if I can make this bigger for you. There we go. All right, and I'll be right back.
So Italy prepares a 50% windfall tax on energy firms' excess gains.
All right, I'm on with you. Hold on a second here. Gotta turn this thing off. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? See if I can get this camera on for you. Camera gets all touchy-feely. Give me just a second here. Come on now. Just a second here. All right, let's go. See if this works. Okay. Got like map testing and stuff I'm looking at. You got kids that tell you how good they are in school, and then you want to make sure they're actually doing well in school. So we have state tests. We homeschool our kids. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Yeah, that's right. Dad's in the house this morning. Where's Josh too? Oh yeah, Josh, you are in here. All right, so you can kind of see we're in this rough place right now, right? We'll take a look just at Bookmap real quick. Let's exit this screen, go over to Bookmap. Shit, I gotta let me close that right there. Now let's take a look at Bookmap real quick on a larger scale here. Now you just take a look down below. 3947. It's basically 395, right? Looking to climb above here for a move higher. There's some concern here. I'm not seeing any targets that are really high. Are you seeing targets that are really high? I'm not. You're seeing like some of these sell orders disappearing up here. That's of concern. That's up at that 4,000 level, and that's to close the gap above. You really want to see those. You want to see like a target up here, and we're not seeing it. And look what's appearing down below. That's 3925 down below. So if you think about if you've got Bookmap open wherever you are and however your settings are, there's concern, right? I'm looking for a target above or a target below. I'm looking for a place for the market to go. So when we open in the morning, this isn't always the case, but if I'm looking in the morning, I want to see where the targets are. Do we have more sell orders above? Do we have more buy orders below? And the market, not always, but has a tendency to want to go to that place. So there's some concern this morning about this target below. You've got this target right where my cursor is down here. You can see it right down here. You got slightly more sellers than buyers. This is right off the open here. Does that mean we don't go up here? No, it just means I'm wary of buying the open here at this point. I don't like the idea of there being a target below still and no target above. And even if we do trade higher here, where is higher? I'm not seeing any sell orders that, unless they're hidden. I'm seeing sell orders at 399. That's about where the top is. Not even 390, 339.85. So even if we trade higher here, right? It looks like the way is down at some point. So absolutely, there's some concern. So we're gonna look at what we'll do is we'll look around the market, see where everything is, and see if we can find any kind of a direction here. There's concern. I've got concern here. Definitely have some concern of a trap down below or some kind of a slight move higher to attempt to close the gap, and then it rolls straight down here. It's nothing that I want to trade. I'll leave it there. It's nothing that I want to trade. And I don't like that. I don't like that this magnet down below that's sitting down here. If this wasn't here and you saw a big sell order much higher, there's some coming in right now. There's a little bit you can see on Bookmap 3985 is coming in, but that's still not that high. It's like up here. You really want to see some sell orders on high to get to close the gap. Let me see if I can bring up you guys want to see a market profile this morning? Kind of see the demarcation point. Give me a second here, and I'll see if I can bring it up. Yeah, I think this is a 5-day, 15-minute. Let me check the settings on it. This is a 5-day, 15-minute chart. Seems like we're sitting here right on the top of a shelf. I think this might have been the argument yesterday in a weekly time frame that we would pin here. This is value area low for this move higher here. That makes some sense. Let's look at a 15-day. See if we can do a 15-day, 15-minute or something. You know, and on a 15-day time period, this looks ugly, right? We start slipping below here. Our next node down below is 392 on ES, which is 3907. It's somewhere up here. So right about here. Oh, hold on, I'll show it to you on the mainstream. That's where this magnet is right here. Right down here. And that would bring us down to that value area low down here. So basically it's saying to you at minimum you're going to get, you know, some kind of a move down and higher. There's also bids down here to buy. If we start breaking this, though, if we start breaking this area here, it gets nasty, right? You can see how nasty and how light everything is. We were talking about that on a larger time frame, too. I was telling you about if we start breaking these levels. Here, we'll... I'm going to go back to Bookmap real quick. Hang tight here. So if you... Hang tight here, boys and girls. We're going to pause this Bookmap. We're going to look on a... It's a 5-day, right? Hold on. Yeah, maybe it's easier to look on the 1 month. And you can kind of see this. Now you see this magnet down here, right? Where my cursor is. That's saying that is so addictive. But just this zone down here, right? You can see this is the end of that node. And if you break through that node, right, of support here, it's a far way down. If this is that overall trend that we're in, do you get that brief bloodbath? You know, you get some kind of a bloodbath right down here. Do you make this like super green or something? Just, you know, just in case. You get that bloodbath down, you break through, and this is kind of it right here. It's kind of last stand for bulls. They start grinding through this, or we come into Wednesday and grind through this. It would be nothing for us. It would be nothing for us if we, like, let's say we start at some point. Let's say it's Wednesday. Say we start grinding through this last level here, and bear pile comes out. It would be nothing to just straight plunge down here. I'd probably want to buy that too, but you know, just be aware and conscious of this from that market profile. That was a 5 and 15-day, 15-minute profile. Just be conscious of it. You got a bunch of single prints down there, way down here that want to get cleaned up. You guys tracking along with that kind of stuff with me out there? And we'll take a look around the market too. We'll blast around, see what's going on, opening the day opening up. Take a look at the VIX real quick. Got a little bit of a gap down below here. But you can see that support, right? Got this nice little juice down here. Right, had that buy come in down here. Gap to fill here, but we have some more support here, right? Got this downtrend coming down over here, right? You want to see this. So maybe we get this push up on the VIX and a rejection to fill this gap. That would be nice. So we'll keep an eye on VIX up here. We'll write down a notepad somewhere, or you want to be looking for some kind of a rejection up here around 2262 or so on the VIX. Hopefully, get a rejection, fill the gap. That would give that gap fill on on SPY SPX, and then the continuation higher back into trend. So I'd be watching this early morning today, see what goes on with this. If you start to see the VIX break through and consolidate for a move higher, that's where we start getting nasty and ugly in the market. We'll look at the Dixie. Talk about this bear town, right? Look at Dixie. Jesus, Dixie. My God. This is this bear town up here, right? This is the money shot for the bears up here. And this is supportive, right? The dollar's been supportive. We didn't get what we wanted overnight. See this? Let's go to the 1 day here. This is an important key point to be checking this. You know, you really want that bulls need Dixie to fail. Bulls need to. There's a you guys know about dollar liquidity, dollar shortages, and I don't know if you know this or not. Some of you probably do, but there are foreign governments panicking basically and ramping up the dollar. They're doing it during the daytime. They're doing it at the close of their markets. They're doing it overnight.
Confidence read forecast 100 prior 102 spot 5 with a range of 103 spot 9 to 97 spot 5. We also get comments from Bank of England's Governor Bailey as he testifies to the House of Lords, and potential comments from the Swiss National Bank's Schlegel as well.
You know, and what they're doing is they're supporting the U.S. dollar. You can't have a rally when we're supposed to be rolling over. Like if we're like, hey, we're way the fuck overbought, and it's time to fucking pull back a little bit. You're not gonna get a melt up rally without the dollar failing. So it's just not gonna happen. So I mean, rarely you'll see some other outside instance. HYG, right? HYG that closed yesterday in HYG. Market was being bought into the bell. Fucking bond market into the bell was dog shit, pure dog shit. Got a beautiful gap down here that needs to be closed. Bears want this gap closed. If there was even an argument for a move higher in the market, that you'd at least want to see some kind of gap closure down here, and then a resumption higher. And you could then start arguing, hey, we're going to start moving the market higher. Right now, we're almost like negative gamma start, right? Start negative gamma regime, right? You can see that we're buying futures right now. You can see we're selling the cash market right now. Well, there is a gap above here. That VIX, man, you see this gap here? See this nice gap right here? It could be an argument with the VIX to at least have an intraday push up higher with what this looks like. At least HYG in a 15-minute to close this gap here. So I can't say on a smaller time frame that there's a chance for the market to go higher. And then we have this, gross. Look at JNK. JNK's like, fuck you, HYG ain't going nowhere. We're closing this gap down here, right down to 90. But, you know, JNK, I guess, it stayed on trend. Still in trend mode. Kind of some opposing thoughts. Let's go back to, let's see, oh, yeah, that's nice to see oil. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that USO. Oh, yeah, there we go. BNO, baby. Tesla down a little bit. Remember I heard everybody yesterday. Everybody was just talking about Tesla's going to go to fucking 200 tomorrow. Saw that on Twitter yesterday. So it's like, what the fuck are these people saying? See this nice blue line we've got? We've had this dotted line here. And we talked about, hey, I might like to buy this dip, but I'd really like to buy this dip down here. And we talk about this, right? We're talking about this, what, a week now?
EU countries
Been like a
remain
fucking week.
polarized on the gas price cap.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily
All
pivot
right.
points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
See if we can do a 1 day, 1 minute for a minute here.
Again, Bank of England's Governor Bailey is going to be appearing in front of the House of Lords Economic Affairs Committee in his annual session. We have posted the live video out on the feed for this, due to be speaking at the top of the hour.
Turn this off. Hold on, man. Turn that banner off. See if I can bring this over for you. Oh, hang tighter. Maybe I'll make me smaller. That help? This makes you feel better. And we'll do one more thing. We'll see if anything's firming up, at least in the week,
So 5 minutes
with
away now
traditional
to the
charting.
top of the hour, we do get the release of the US Conference Board Consumer Confidence headline release for the day.
Yeah, I'm not
Forecast
seeing any
for
other.
100 on the prior 102.5 with a range of 103.9 to 97.5. We're also expecting comments from Bank of England's Governor Bailey, who appears in front of the House of Lords Economic Affairs Committee in his annual session. Link is on the feed for this, as well as potential comments from Swiss National Bank's Schlegel as well at the top of the hour.
If anything, there's a little another move lower. We'll look on a 5-day real quick and see if there's any other. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other fucking anything else. Any other patterns showing up right now? Nothing. No classic patterns, none of that shit. Just a second here, boys and girls. That's better. Just grinding lower, grinding lower. All right, let's see what you guys are talking about in the chat. And I was up late last night. I ended up staying up until 2 a.m. last night. I couldn't sleep just thinking about what the announcement would be from China. I really wanted to see. Can I bring that down a little bit? Oh yeah, there we go. So I really wanted to see what was going to be announced. 3947, somewhere right in here. No, it's like down here, maybe S1. Let me check the options. I'm so glad I didn't buy those fucking 0 dates and hold them overnight. Oh. Any of you guys get hammered on that trade? I know a few of you were in that trade. Man, that sucked. And we got a nice like the overnight was kind of active as well. Like there was money to be made in the overnight. Let me look at the options chain. Yeah, we've got some weight on 395p for today, right? Some more weight on the 30th. 395 in the money puts. At least they're not outside the money. December 1st, not much that I can see in the money stuff. December 2nd, 401c,
So 1 minute
6,000
remaining now.
contracts. I like that that's all in the money. Still some premium on calls for today. Lots of premium on tomorrow's call. Ton of premium on tomorrow's calls. Still. I don't want them to grind them down, though. Like, that's what it looks like, right? It looks like they're fucking grinding this shit down. You got, like, Theta Gang. Let's see what you guys are talking about.
10 seconds.
Let me scroll up and see what's going on. Good morning to all of you out there. See what you guys saying.
100 spot 2, 100 spot 2 higher than the
mRNA.
forecast of
Let's take a look at
100.
mRNA real quick. Let's take a look at mRNA. Look at that. It's just coming right back to try to trade it up to R3, came back down, just whiplashed back up. Point of control right on mRNA. We could look at mRNA. We could look at the volume profile on it, or market profile if you wanted. SPY squeezing right now. Hello, SPY. SPY just squeezed. Hell yeah, SPY, baby.
Also noting the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index for October, so that's the prior, revised to 102.2 from 102.5.
Coming to a little bit of resistance right here. We'll see if this holds or not. If we can break through it. Still kind of ping-ponging.
So hearing from Lynn Franco, Senior Director of the Economic Indicators at Conference Board in the Consumer Confidence Report here, says that consumer confidence declined
Naturally
again in
bearish, but all
November,
goes
most
around
likely
admission, filling the
prompted by
rise and
recent
wedge.
rise in gas prices. It also says the present situation index moderated further and continues to suggest that the economy has lost momentum as the year winds down. Consumers' expectations regarding the short-term outlook remained gloomy indeed. The expectations index is below a reading of 80, which suggests the likelihood of a recession still remains elevated.
Top of the morning to you as well, Evan, JD, James. Good morning, Anthony. The Market Rebel. Good morning.
Expectations increased to their highest level since July, with
See you
both
guys.
gas and food prices the main culprits.
I like Chase. Morning, Chase. How are you, brother? He's hilarious. I love Chase's commentary. I worry on the short side, Powell will just repeat the same and market will ignore again, and Brookings will toss softball questions. They're closely aligned with the government.
Consumer Confidence November 2022 reports on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, ignoring the noise. Do that. What cheap, eh? Think Ben Bernanke is going to ask Powell tough questions. Powell's hawkish comments. You know, they don't really have. I don't know. They don't really. You know my take on the Fed's job right now is to make you think that the market should go down, and as long as people believe that, the market will go down. If there's a you'd be shocked at the sentiment shift. If there's a reason for the market to go up, the fucking market will go up. It really will. That's how crazy our market is. The moment you have a sentiment shift, there's some other factors, right? The yields do matter. Dixie matters. Bond market matters. But there's like a sentiment shift too. That
consumer inflation rate expectations 7.2% in November versus 6.9% in October.
Yeah, we've got consumer sentiment just came out. A second here. Actual's 8.7. It was 10.4 before. Wow, home price index was minus
So Bank of
7.5.
England's
Now it's
Bailey
0.9.
begins his testimony to the House of Lords. Again, the live video for this is on the feed.
Confidence index was flat, basically.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Tomorrow,
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Tomorrow we're stacked with news. Like we're straight stacked. 8:15, 8:30, 9:45, 10 a.m., 12:35, 1:30, 2 p.m. We get the beige book. Beige book matters when it needs to matter. But then Thursday we're stacked with shit too. We've got claims, PCE, consumer spending. I don't know. Manufacturing index support and construction. I'm interested in construction spending. They were harping on the housing market being good. They were noting that. And then we've got non-farms on Friday. So we're pretty stacked with vol next 3 days. And then we've got the USA-Iran game today at 2 p.m. I was hoping that we'd have a move before 2 p.m. up or down. I didn't really care. I was like, I fucking want to watch that game at 2 p.m. A lot of dog shit right now. I wonder how much Theta Gang is trading a. You know, it'd be sweet for today would be just a nice big ass fly, wide ass fly, and just capture everybody in it all day long today. Probably the best trade off the open. We had a little bit of expansion in range today, more so than yesterday. What's crazy is we had a really tight wound up range, and we ended up blasting downward in a very tight range, way out of way out of the expected move on the day. So there's going to be an argument that we're going up. Matter of fact, I'm going to grab some. What am I going to be looking? Yeah, look at all these. Dude, they're buying so many puts right now.
10-year yields rising here after the US CB consumer confidence data. Last up 3.5 basis points, around 3.7367.
I'm going to start a small position for
Russian
Wednesday.
Foreign Ministry on the postponement of the new
400C, the 94 cents now.
Traveling to Cairo to push for resumption of inspections, not to discuss Russian concerns.
I'm in for 94 cents on some calls for Wednesday, 400C. I'm willing to lose a little bit of money on them. I want to add to the position if I have to. If we don't get a move higher by like 11 or 1 o'clock, though, I'm probably going to fucking close them. Yeah, that gap is a fucking magnet above. So I'm in some 400Cs expiring November 30th. They're not going to blast off, but I don't want to lose a ton of money on them either. 400C, tomorrow expiry. I want to see that gap get closed. Probably should have bought a spread. Probably the safest for like a good 10 or 20% trade. So there's the gap above up here. I want to see that shit get closed, but at least by Wednesday. See if they get ground to dust or not. Hey, Tony Chase, man. I appreciate you supporting the channel. Angel, thanks for supporting the channel, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the support. Hope this is helping you guys out there become better traders. Let me move that over for you so you can see what I'm talking about here. See if we can get that gap closure above. By price start, so someone was asking on, we'll talk about that today at some point as well. You know, you want to think out every trade you're going to make.
I do not think the scale of quantitative easing has blurred the distinction between monetary and fiscal policy.
This morning, someone asked on Twitter a very, very important question, which was, do you use stops? And I used to have a different take on stops. Oftentimes, just new traders will, I don't know why they're attracted to, but they're attracted to FX currencies and stuff like that. They're attracted
And
to
Bank of England's Bailey says there has been no discussion with the government on the pace and timing of Bank of England asset sales.
risky. They're attracted to risky trading, where there's a lot of manipulation in markets, where you have lots of fishing for stops and stuff like that. You let people say, if they fish my stops, I won't make any money. Anyways, there's a question on Twitter this morning about it. Do you use stops? How do you use them? When do you use them? Yes. You need to use stops. You should be trying to pick the direction of your trade and entering your trade. Well, let's just start at a baseline. You're looking for a directional bias right when you enter your trade. So if you're not going in the direction that, if it doesn't matter the time frame, it doesn't matter if it's a month out, 3 months out, a fucking day. You should be thinking your trades out for, I'm entering here, or if you have some confirmation that there's going to be a move higher or move lower, whatever it is, you can add, and so let's say it's going in your right direction. Did you enter here or did you enter here, right? So there's like that layer of the direction. Did you actually enter the right spot? If you enter in the wrong spot but it's still going up, do you then, let's say you entered here, you might have to add again here and add again here, right? On the trend that you're picking. If you pick the wrong trend, let's say we continue down here right now. So I just entered some calls, and let's say we don't head higher. Let's say we continue to head down.
The Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman
There's about some calls
says
in
that
here.
Russia continues to regard the New START treaty as important to prevent an arms race. But also, Bank of England's Governor Bailey says UK labour market has turned out to be much more constrained than we thought, different to other countries, he notes.
I'm going to be looking to take some profit here and then re-enter if trend changes and we start heading higher, right? Does that make sense? So you want to have a defined path onto where you're headed, and a defined time frame for how long you're long, where you're long. If I pick, I just entered some calls right now. If I pick, let's say we start going up, we start rolling over here. Do I just stay long here and watch the trade go down for in a new in this channel? Let's say this channel just stays this morning. Like here, we'll actually put this channel up. So see this pre-market channel right here, right? It's actually in cash. Can you see that there? So my thought is, right, we're gonna down and bounce up higher. Is it 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 3 bounces? I'm already planning this move out, saying this is what I'm willing to trade. This is where I think we're going. If we start to break through any of my trading plans, yeah, you should fucking use stops or get out of your fucking trade until it meets your parameter for what you're looking to happen. You should never be going into a trade and just saying, well, I was on fucking Twitter and they said we should magnet to 400.
Bank of England's Governor
that's
Bailey
not good
says
enough.
quantitative easing was never intended to raise revenue for the UK government.
Does that make sense? So you have to have like a plan of attack. If you're not getting your, if I don't get a bounce here, so I entered here, right? If I don't get a bounce here or here, should I stay inside of my trade? Probably not. Right? Does that make sense to you guys? So you want to have like a plan of what am I doing? How long am I going to stay in this trade? If the trade goes against me, where do I cut my losses? When you're trading, you should always have a plan as to what you think's going to
The
happen.
Russian Foreign Ministry says that we expect the US to create conditions for holding a new START meeting in 2023.
You should also have a plan for when you're going to add to your position. Are you starting small? Are you full bore? If you're already in, let's say you're in one of these days where you've got a trend day up or a trend day down. If you start to see that trend for 3 or 4 moves higher, yeah, you can go size at some point in here. So you're like starting with a small position, 5 contracts, 10 contracts, then you're adding 20 contracts, then you're adding 30 contracts on top. Now you're like 50 contracts, and then you start coming up to this area up here, and you're going to take most of them off, right?
Paying the bank rate on Bank of England reserves is the simplest way to pin down interest rates in line with the Bank of England's goals.
Or you're starting with 10 contracts, take profit, then you're doing 20 contracts, take profit, then you're doing 50 contracts, take profit on 40 of them, and leave 10 for one more push higher. I mean, that all matters too. You're trading
is a fiscal policy decision.
Your own trading choices. Some guys will be like, I know we're going here, so I'm just gonna leave them on, and I don't care about the burning of options. Personally, for me, I trade a lot of 0 dates, so 1 dates, 0 dates, so they tend to leak premium as the day moves forward. If there's 0 dates by like 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, they start torching them into the 4 o'clock hour. So they're only good for that one move. And if you become more disciplined as a trader in your convictions and your plan here, right? If your plan is, if you're like, hey, I have conviction that we're going this way, and if it starts to fucking turn on you, that means that there's a fault in your plan. And so you have to, end your trade and say, what did I do wrong?
England's Bailey says banks only benefit from difference between their funding costs and reserve remuneration rates.
What in my planning process, my thesis as to where we're going.
Sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Where did I make a mistake?
TickStrike.com.
Did I check around the market and check, Dixie? Did I check the VIX? Did I check bonds? Did I check the news? Did I check the economic calendar? So you've got all these things you have to be looking at for a conviction in the trade that you're making. And then if it fails, find out why it failed. What happened to make it fail? You must, over time, learn that stuff. And it's better for you to mentor with someone else that's done that, someone to teach you when to enter a trade, when to exit a trade. Read books. There's some great books out there that can explain how to be a better trader. A lot of good poker books out there. Also explain theory, game theory at least. That's right, get up there. No, but don't just stay in a trade because you're like, fuck it, it's going to come back. I guess you can if I have stayed in trades. Can't say I haven't. I fucking stayed one of my like if I have like a top 5 or top 10 trades I ever had. Yeah, that's right. Get up there. One trade that I had, I bought like $30 or $50,000 worth of calls. Two different expiries, like a month or something out. I think it was a month. I think it was like a month out with like 2. Some of them were expiring like 3 days after an Apple ER, and then some of them were expiring like 2 weeks after.
Had the conversation with the finance minister on reserve remuneration. Also looking now to the crypto fear and greed index. 26 out of 100 indicates fear, while the fear and greed index 60 out of 100, which indicates greed.
And they ended up announcing a split on their ER. I ended up holding this shit on the ER, and I made a fuck ton of money. A fuck ton. I closed everything the next morning after the ER.
Bailey agrees with Bank of England's Pill's view that the Bank of England is not a fan of ending reserve remuneration.
And that was like trader discipline, right? Matter of fact, I went to a mentor and said, what do I do? I was in panic mode. I was freaking out. It was like my first large win on size or something with like an ER trade. It was like the first time I ever done like this specific thing, and it went hugely my way.
EU's energy chief
Like
Simpson
multiples,
says the EU
like
gas price cap 14-day trigger may be extremely long.
like hundreds and hundreds of percent. So I ended up closing for profit, and like this mentor told me, take the money, and to this day I'm grateful I took the money. But had I held that shit, because it just kept going up. It like the 2-week calls that were expiring like 2 weeks later, those fuckers went up thousands of percent, like thousands. I should have kept holding, but I was afraid of the resetting of those options, that they would have torched them and then repriced them. So you got to have your rules for when you trade. My point behind that is have your rules for trading that you feel most comfortable with, regardless of woulda, shoulda, coulda, any of that kind of stuff. Oh, I could have made 5,000%. Oh, I could have made 10,000%. Stick with your rules, because if you start making rules and you become more consistent in your profits and losses, right? If you're like, this always works for me, I'm making like 7 decent trades, 3 decent trades, 4 good trades, and like 2 or 3 bangers, paying off all my taxes and paying off, or I'm have some side cash that I can pay some bills, any of that kind of stuff. Stick with that routine. The moment you start deviating from that shit, whatever works for you to be more consistent, that's when you start blowing up fucking trades, blowing up accounts, all that kind of stuff. And if you hit like a home run every fucking 100 trades, something stupid, stay with your plan. Stay with your fucking plan, because they're rare. Oh yeah, here comes a squeeze, baby. I think a squeeze is coming. All we gotta do is get above this fucking bullshit over here. See this nonsense up here? We gotta grind up. Be careful of a reversal up here, though. Watch my cursor on the left-hand side or right-hand side of your screen, however you're watching. You want to see a grind and squeeze higher here. See what you guys talking about.
Bank of England's Bailey says
John
there's no reason to
Haggerty
think
saying
that the
close
Bank
one
of England
MCLG
will not
long at
meet the goals
275,
to
around
reduce gilt holdings
836.
by £80 billion in a year.
Putin shit show. Oh yeah, keep on going. Watch out for reversal up here. Now this is the time that I'm gonna put some stops on. Okay, I'm at $1.02 right now. I'm gonna raise some stops just in case we get a reversal. Okay, so I'm gonna put I haven't pressed enter yet, but I got $1 on it. Not quite. I want to see this quick push up, and just in case we get a reversal here. If you're not going to put a stop around here, you at least want to have some kind of a, finger on the trigger to be like, get me out of this trade. Let's see what you guys are talking about in here. I got to watch my trade here real quick.
Bank of England's Bailey says the scale of total quantitative tightening that
See
will
what
be
you guys are
needed
doing.
is still uncertain.
Oh, Tony Chase, doesn't it feel good? At the close yesterday, if any of you guys were still with us, I was like, man, we'll talk about my rules for fucking 0 dates and overnight holding of calls and shit, because I got a bunch of rules because I've fucked them up so many times. And yesterday, I didn't buy that bottom, but if you had bought that bottom and wrote it into the bell, fucking, I would have taken the money and ran. That shit went up like 40 fucking percent. It was free fucking money for anyone that bought them. I always like holding the like death into the bell. Like if we bleed right red bars down at the last minute of the bell, sometimes I'll buy that. Sometimes. The way we bounced into that bell yesterday, man, I was like, fuck that. You take that 40% and fucking bounce. That's as good as the holding overnight. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, we're trying to grind this up higher. We could get a squeeze out of this. We're either going to get a reversal. What this is going to turn into is I'm back to flat on. I wasn't paying attention. I'm back to flat on my calls. So what we're ending up getting here is some kind of a rollover. But even in here, if we can break through here, like this pivot point right here, if we break above this, it's gonna be a fucking blast north. It's gonna fucking rip. You can like set up your rocket ship memes for Twitter right now. And if we move right here, if we make this move right here, it's gonna be a fucking it'll be fast. It should be fast if it happens. I'm not claiming it's gonna happen. Just letting you know that if we do grind right here, it's gonna be a fucking rocket ship. So this is when you say tight stops. This is the place for tight stops. Because they could red bar it straight to hell. I'm back to $1.03. Yeah, fuck yeah. Buy my fucking calls, man.
Bank of England's Bailey says the
Not
gilts
buy my
market
calls, but
is not
put some
back to
premium on
normal.
my calls by buying calls here. Not you. Not if you're listening. I'm talking about the fucking general public. That's what I want to see. I want to see a bunch of fucking FOMO fucking bulls push up the price of premium on these fucking calls. And I want a shit ton of puts being bought to rocket fuel it up too. I'm watching all these fucking bears are buying so many fucking puts. They're gonna put rocket fuel this move up higher, hopefully. What do you guys about? What do y'all missing? What do you guys? Some of you guys are saying. Yeah, I can turn the volume up for the news. Absolutely. There you go. News volume is up higher. Yeah, you should have a plan for where to cut, where to add, and where to you should have a plan of like, am I going to increase my size? Am I going to cut? When am I going to cut? You can put little blocks on your trading app, like right here. You should have a defined. This is how much I want to make off this trade. This is where I want to hold this trade to. You can set alerts on your trading apps for price targets. If you're if you don't even want to have a sell order, you could at least have like, hey, I want this stock A to go from $10 to $20. Set an alert, please, on $17.50 and set an alert below the 10 that I bought it at $8. At least you can go back and check to see if it's going your way.
Bank of England's Bailey says, I want to observe what happens because of current gilt sales before deciding the scale of the following year's program.
Yeah, we're going back up right now. We're squeezing.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Buying the depths of hell. Cliffhanger zone, in my honest opinion. Not much down there. Waiting for short reloads at the squeezy top. Hell yeah. Burr, baby, burr. That's a fair point. If you see more sellers than buyers and Tesla's rising, that implies a short squeeze. Good question, Jess. Do you ever have the wake up and feeling like shit and have the control to not trade in those days? Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, I do. I do. You know, what's funny, too, is oftentimes when I don't want to trade, that was the day I should have been trading. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Watch out for a reversal up here. You see this tag above. You might want to take some off. So here's Pro Trader. Pro Trader. As we come up here, right? So you've got this initial move higher. Get this squeeze coming up, right? We could ping and then start this kind of a thing, right? So you have two choices, right? You can just leave them on until you think where we're going, or you're going to take it off and then re-enter for the second leg, re-enter for the next leg. You guys understand what I'm saying? Let me go look here. So my calls are now at $1.14. And I gotta reset all this. Just a second here. Okay, so I just sold for $1.13. Okay. So now I could get a little bit more off of this, but you figure if let's say we're moving higher. For me personally, I like the directional move. If there were 0 dates, I would have definitely pulled them off. But you want to be like, you want to define, clear where you're going, right? Take your money and then re-enter the trade on consolidation, right? You'll snap a little line wherever we top off here, and then you'll re-enter for the next leg higher if you believe in that next leg higher. Does that make sense? And we'll go through this trade today, right now, as we're doing. We'll go through this trade. I can't be in fucking calls while fucking I'm trying to tell you guys. Fucking okay. So let's take a look right here. Okay. So we'll look at this right here. So see this little area right here. I want you to see where this happens. Okay. You're gonna set a little line wherever we end up bouncing. And you're going to put this in place once we ricochet off the top here. And you're going to see some money come off the market. Let me get rid of this for a minute till it happens. You see that? You see that? You get your fucking rocket ship memes, motherfuckers? You put your fucking rocket ships meme. Put your rocket ship meme on fucking Twitter and say at CaptainJimJames or whatever the fuck my thing is. At JimJame9880133 or whatever it is. Tag me. Put a rocket ship on there. Go ahead. Dirty dogs. Pin strike right there on the pivot point, right? Look at that. Pin strike right on the fucking pivot point. I like them fucking apples. I like that shit. Look at that. Thwang. Thwing, wing, 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 wing. Beautiful trade right there. Now you're going to be looking for, what are we looking for now? There's our one above, right? Our one's up there. So we're going to be looking for one here. See if we can re-enter in the next trade higher.
Pounds of 4.125% 2027 gilts on December 6th.
3990. That is somewhere in here. You know what we'll do? See this right here? Maybe it's up right in here. So let this consolidate a little bit. Let me move this over. Hold on.
The UK DML also to sell 2.25 billion pounds of 1.125% 2039 gilts on December 6th as well.
So now what are we looking for? We're looking for a little bit of consolidation and then the next pump higher. So if this consolidates, I'm going to be looking for another leg right around here. Okay? Did you guys take your fucking money off the table and put it in your fucking pocket? Nix those numbers from your handle. Yeah, you know what I should have done was when I first signed. What I did was I didn't know I could have CaptainJimJames at CaptainJimJames. Like when I was signing up, they just nailed me with that
Bank of
fucking
England's
name.
Governor Bailey just noticing that the Bank of England did not know what was going to be in former UK PM Truss's plan.
So we're looking for some consolidation here. And hopefully another pump higher. Just keep grinding it higher now. Hopefully don't get stuck in this range. This would suck. This would blow if we did this nonsense. Like ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. That would fucking blow. See if we can find some consolidation here for another move. I'll try to re-enter with you here. I gotta move myself over here so I can see what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah, it really doesn't want to let us above, does it? So what are we looking for here? We don't want to see two things. We don't want to see this go on for like 10 fucking minutes. Sometimes it works out, but we don't want to see a lot of consolidation. You want to see like a couple bars for a minute or two, a green bar starting for the next leg up. There is you can see that red bar underneath us, so it looks like we're getting some support here. So we'll check this.
Bank of England says they sold £346.4 million of gilts at the sale window for long-dated and index-linked gilts.
Right around 113 right now, 112 on that. Matter of fact, let's go back to September 29th. Maybe we'll get a little bit more risky here in this trade. Yeah, and they're doing the same bullshit they did the other day. They're actually we have 118,000 puts on 395p. So it looks like they're going to rocket fuel the market up by loading up on all these puts. How do I get out of this? Why am I in different calls and different dates? Clear all this shit up. 399. Let me look and see above. They're going to want.
Bank of England also says they received bids worth £480.5 million at the sale window for long-dated and linker gilts.
Looks like they want you to buy the 397s, which I don't want to fucking buy for 82 cents. I don't like that. They're fucking trying to tax right now. Be careful here because there's dealers are like they're trying to tax for this trade, and you don't want to be paying 88 cents on a 0-to-8 for an in-the-money call right now. You're only paying like 60 cents or something. 70 cents maybe. It's kind of scummy. Let me see. We'll start with 5. Fucking dealers, man. It's like discount fucking. I'm still flat right now. Yeah, I bought Wednesday's calls. I didn't want. Hold on here. They're still 85 cents. I don't want to pay the 85 cents for them. I want to pay like 70. I should have bought them. I'm not buying them. I want to see a quick dip. I don't like 85-cent calls. I was on Wednesday calls. Now I'm on Tuesday calls. I'm looking at 397Cs. They're too pricey. They're 85. Well, they're 87 now. I didn't buy them. I want like a quick rip down to like 60 or 70 cents, and then I'll buy them and kiss my ass in those calls. And the reason I'm saying that is because 398's $1 below. So the 398s are only 43 cents. That's a huge disparity in call prices. So basically, the dealers are telling you there's a really good fucking chance that we go up to 397, which we're already above right now. But they're like, there's no fucking chance we're going to 398, which is right here. Tiny little gap right here, too. You see this little gap back here? There's this tiny little gap right here. So even if we go up here, they'll probably just print the 40 cents calls maybe to 60 cents. And the 80 cents calls might get you 10 cents. So it's right here. So what they're trying to tell you is that we're going to roll it right in here somewhere. And so it's kind of like a bull trap pricing wise. So if you take a call here, be very wary of a roll somewhere right here. And maybe it's a fast move then over. Looks like a small trap for repricing. Yeah, I like the gold. You know, it's funny too. If you like the gold trade, that means you think the market's going up, right? I wonder about that. Sometimes I hear bears talk about the gold trade, and I'm like, does that imply that the market's going up, or no? I'm always wanting to ask that question of bears that are gold bugs. Your max volume and it's still low. Let me check right here. So I'm pressing yellow bars here on my end. With you guys having problems with hearing me out there? So watch for the squeeze higher right now.
OPEC Plus are considering moving the December 4th meeting to a virtual gathering.
Same thing as before. Look for that move higher. This is your price target right here.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I always feel like any of you guys ever watch the Hunt Brothers documentaries that are out there? Yeah, I'm not maxing out bars, but I'm like slamming yellow bars on the mixer. So you know what you can do if you're having a hard time hearing me? You can usually go to the Google store and get a volume controller for a Windows-based volume controller, and it will turn up the volume on your device. Sometimes it's a device issue. Some of the volume bar controllers are good, and some of them suck. So we can firm up this. Yeah, man, I should have. Let me clean this up a little bit. I don't like that we're not going up quickly here. Come on, squeeze.
Bank of England's Bailey says disregard for OBR and abolition of top rates of tax were among the things that unsettled investors most after Truss's mini budget. And also seeing comments from Biden, who states that Congress has to act to avert the rail strike, quoting, "The economy is at risk."
You know, we were talking earlier about a call spread for Wednesday. Could have gotten a call spread right off the bell down here. Maybe just capture something like this. Some flies would have worked. A condor would work. The condor and fly, you could probably take a much larger. See that down here? I want to see this fucking. I want to see this like. I really want to see this. Blast down, 60-cent calls, move higher. That's what I want to see. I don't know if you can see that, but I want to see that. I want to see that stop loss, that fishing expedition, and grab some of those. They're still holding value though. They're at 82 cents. Lots of put buyers entering the market. This should add fuel for a move higher. If we start hitting so we're at 122,000 puts at 395. We start cranking like 170,000, 200,000 puts. You should see a nice move higher. Keep your eyes on that 397C. If they get down to like 60 cents or something, they're already down. They're just below 80 cents right now. If you see a flash move down to like 60 cents, it might be worth grabbing. If they get cheap enough. You only want to buy cheap shit. Yeah, baby. Got that compressor running Mars bars. I got the expander and the compressor. Mars bars knows what's up. Just patience here, boys. Nice patience here. Lots of patience. I gotta be honest with you guys, though. Today, I'm probably gonna leave the stream. Dude, they're holding their fucking value, man. 80 cents still. Give me one fucking dip down to like, just like dip it down to like 60, 70 cents. Just let me grab some calls there and I'll fucking come along with you for the ride. Look at that giant fucking, look at that giant nasty orange bar on Bookmap. Still more sellers than buyers, so we're just squeezing due to short squeezing. HYG's got some relative strength. Should I take a look over there? Should I take a look over there real quick? You guys can give us updates too. You guys give us updates on the VIX. Give us updates on HYG, JNK. Give us updates on TLT. Give us updates on Dixie. And you guys watching that stuff, you see a pivot that we don't see here. And I've talked to you guys so much that I don't always have a chance to run around the market. Oh man, I want this buy right here. All right, fuck it, I'll buy some. I'm gonna buy some 398s. All right, I'm in 398s. 45 cents. Down a penny right now on them. I hope the fuck we don't reverse here. It's probably a bad trade. This shit's gonna probably reverse on me. It's not moving. I'm down to 43 cents right now on them. Come on, baby, grind higher. This red bar to death right here. Give back all my money on the day. $0.44 right now. 46 cents. Come on, push. Push, push, push. We need some dealer help today. We're gonna get a fucking roll at some point if we can't fucking push higher. We need dealers. We need we need shit tons of put buyers. I'm gonna end up selling this shit. Come on, push. I'm even right now. We have a penny or so. Come on, push. Push. Grind fucking higher. I'm probably going to reposition myself here. I'm going to sell 10 at 48 if I can get a fill. I don't like my positioning. I just filled. I got 2 pennies on that trade. I didn't like my entry on that trade. They're now up to 49. If you're still in them, they're up to 49 cents. I'm not. I didn't like my positioning. Now they're up to 49 cents right now. 50 cents. If you're still in, good job. I didn't like my setup. My calls went from like 45 down to 42. I think I would have preferred to have bottom at like 42 or a 41 cents. I'm not happy with wasn't happy with the trade. Let me know which way you think we're going. I think we're going to get a fuel rally up here today. We've got, I'm seeing more and more puts come in. You're normally like, if you see 0 to 8 puts come in at that size, it's been fueling a move higher. It's a slow move higher. This is like a grind.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says long-dated and index-linked gilts purchases in September and October was not a form of quantitative easing.
I'm going to take a look at around the market here and see what's going on. Yeah, you're right. Junk bonds looks great. HYG is pointing the way higher. We've got a gap to fill above on HYG. It's starting to grind through that gap right now in HYG. Bonds market's telling you at least positive for a little bit. We did get that rejection on the VIX up at 22.57. Looks like you want to be probably closing calls once the VIX hits somewhere around 21.67. 2167, look for a bounce. It's trying to, we can look at VIX real quick if you want, but VIX is trying to, it came up. Let me see if I can bring VIX up here. Because we just, you know what, it's funny because we talked about this earlier. We're going to briefly, we're going to do something briefly. So we talked about VIX earlier, and, you know, like this VIX trade, 15-minute. Remember earlier we talked about the rejection above here? So right off the open, I said to you, hey, VIX looks strong until we get up here. You guys can always go back, but I was like, hey, you're going to look at VIX up here. We want to see VIX reject. It's kind of like resting bitch face here, but you want to maybe see the gap close and then a swing higher. But this was that quick trade. So you're going to see VIX attempt to settle here. Bears want that move higher. Bulls want the gap fill down below for the move higher. We did see the rejection at least here like we were looking for. This is good to see. It's bullish. That means we have sellers on the VIX trying to dumb the VIX down. Or at least intraday it is bullish. So we'll see if this holds right here. Again, bulls want to see that gap fill down below. HYG pushing up to a sell area here. You can see the resistance here on HYG. So you might have a pause in the market right here. Although you do want to see this gap get filled eventually. So that would be the VIX breaking down and in HYG filling the gap above. See if that can happen. We'll take a look at Dixie real quick. Where's the Dix, baby? Look at that Dix. Just fucking 106.78. Man. Dix just blasted off up here. I think this is this is foreign government bullshit right here, man. Still trying to protect their money, buying the fucking dollar. 106.78. Oh, this is not good. What time is it? Is it 11:30? Are we getting Euro close? Is that what's happening? Fucking Dixie, man. They have a fucking hard on to save this fucking Bears have a hard on to save Dixie. Put the Bear Town over here. Fucking Dixie. Dixie fucking trying to put its head above the fucking the 200 day. It's like that fucking the guy's doing the rings and shit. He's got the cigarette and the whiskey bottle. Or the cigarette, I forgot, old school or something. Fucking trying to hold the fucking 200. His fucking chin above it. Look at that shit. We need a fucking face. We need this to fucking fall and have a fucking face ripper. That is utter bullshit right here. These are foreign governments that are doing this fucking shit. Fucking world markets my face. Ooh, look at that. Look at Tesla. Look at fucking Tesla. All right, so here's the SPY. This is that. Let's see where this line goes. It's pretty nasty right there, right? We're on VWAP right now we're on VWAP right now. I'm glad I fucking got out of those calls. Fucking so glad I got out of those goddamn calls because we just rolled over here. And I don't like this line going down here either. This is ugly. See this consolidation line? We could go right back down to fucking get-go to the start. That's not pretty. And look at how far down this line goes down here. That's nasty. That could be nasty. Fucking Dixie, man. Fuck Dixie. Trying to retest this VWAP. If we get underneath VWAP here, we're going to get bearish. Let's look at the VIX again. VIX is trying to 2187. VIX is trying to find a base here. I better close that fucking gap down below. $3.98s are now 34 cents. 397s are down at like the 60s and 70s for a minute there. Did you see that? 397Cs. I said, I want to buy those at 60 cents. I think they were down there for a minute. See if we can get like a, let's take a look at this real quick. I'm not necessarily bearish right here. Like I like the idea of like 1, kind of a 2, kind of a 3, and then I move higher maybe. Oh, you guys can't see that. You know, something like this. Definitely what the bulls want to be hoping for. If you're just looking at cash market 1, 2, and 3, then maybe you move higher. If you're not really considering all this shit that was going on over here. I know some guys like to just play or just trade using the actual cash market. So keep an eye on this. I'm interested in some kind of a trade here. Maybe like this. See where this goes right now.
So the US are to sell $45 billion in 4-week bills on December 1st, settling on December 6th.
Right there. Let's see if we can buy that. See if we can get it down here. Maybe make another move higher. I don't think we're going to get that cheap, but if we can, we'll take the trade. Oh, hold on. Bull's trying to hold VWAP here. Man, look at these fucking sellers, man. Fucking Bookmap. We need like a shit ton of put buyers to come in. Let's see what you guys are talking about here. BBBY. Seeing decent volume on Apple. Think here's a good entry for $397. You're looking at your NQ shorts. Let's look at NQ real quick. Something going on in NQ that I don't see. I'm not seeing I don't know. I'm looking at NDX. I'm not seeing trying to see what the are you trying to close that gap down below on NQ? I can see the logic here. Someone's bringing up let's look at NQ real quick. Or NDX, I guess. Someone's saying that they're what do you want, that gap fill down here? You want this down here, don't you? Let me mute Bookmap. I'm going to assume that they want this gap fill down here. I think that's the target, right? Start closing this gap down here. What's the plan down here for NDX? So if you close, let's say you close or start grinding the gap down here, we know we got some push buyers here. Get some strength, and this strength down in here. I don't know if you close all this. You might. I'd be more interested in closing just that right there. Just the white part of this. There's a giant fucking gap right here, huh? There's support in here. There's demand somewhere down in here. There's some demand. There's like unseen demand down in here. I don't know if you get this full. If you think this is a gap, I'm gonna bet that some of this gap is fake. I like that trade. I can't say I don't like this trade coming down in here and filling that gap, or partial gap full would be nice. I'd be interested in buying along here on tech. It'd be interesting if it breaks through and starts grinding through and filling the entire gap down here. So yeah, maybe we're gonna get some weakness in the SPY. Good call out. Whoever called out NDX on chat. Oh yeah, we got a bloodbath. Look at that strike down below there. See that strike on 362.02? Good thing I fucking wasn't long calls. These fucking gangster bears. These fucking gnarly fucking bears, huh? These fucking bears are crazy. Look at that. Blast right down. Look at that nasty blast right down. How much are calls right now? The 397s are now 30 cents. They're not even 60 anymore. Here, I'm going to probably buy some calls here. See if we can trade this up for VWAP. Yeah, did you see that? Did you see the we got the rejection above. The rejection right here. I was long calls here, and I didn't like the weakness of them, so I closed some calls out here. We ended up fucking rolling. Started fucking around VWAP. We traced this out down lower, and that was the target, right? Slammed right down off that line down there. Just fucking liquidity reset down here. Whew. Look at that. Nasty. Just fucking, what do you got? Fuck a bunch of fucking boiler rooms trading today. Look at that nasty. Talked about this move down here. If it starts back here, down there, down there.
Nigeria's oil minister.
If you're counting here, or if you're counting here,
barrels of refined crude a day by end December for refurbished Port Harcourt refinery.
Probably get another rip here, one more, and then a move higher. We'll see. This looks like a trading range at least, something like that. It just threw it right back over.
Tick Strike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Let's take a look and see if there's lower targets too. We'll look lower. So you've got if you're bearish here, that NDX trade someone's in short. Let's look. Hold on, if I can do this. Hold on a minute here. Someone says they want to see the gap get filled down below here. This is where the magnet is down at 390. So we've got a gamma magnet down here at 390. So bears are looking. So we're below VWAP at this point. Let's say they close that gap down below. They want to see this 390.50. We'll take a look at. Well, we'll see if we can. Hey, you've got some lower targets down below firming up on Bookmap. So we'll see if see if we can show this all. We have this lower magnet down below at 390. See if they can get it.
Nigeria's oil minister also says they expect to end importation of petroleum products from about third quarter next year. And Bank of England's Governor Bailey again says that when we launched gilt purchase program in September, we were within an hour of having a severe problem in the gilt markets.
It's breaking right through right here. We got some targets below. We've got targets below of 3925. If this breaks,
So two OPEC plus sources say the group could consider further oil output cuts. So again, we did hear something along these lines yesterday. Hearing now from two OPEC plus sources say that the group could consider further oil output cuts.
you've got targets down below of 3925 and 3900. Right down in here. Somewhere in here. You know what I always love about these live streams is that you can see if I got my balls caught or not. Good thing I didn't have my balls caught in that. How many we do that shit on stream all the time though, where I don't like this. Get me out of here.
So Nigeria oil minister also says oil production improved to around 1.3 million barrels per day from less than 1 million barrels per day.
Got some buyers stepping in right now. Watch the bottom right hand side of Bookmap for got a little bit of buyer stepping in right now. Almost neutral in buyers right now. We'll check the 5-minute and 15-minute minute here, see if we're getting some actual dip buyers or not on the volume bars. Not quite yet. We're not quite there yet. $300,000 on the 1 minute. This looks like it's stepping
Nigeria's
down.
oil minister says we hope to meet the OPEC quota by May next year.
I'm gonna mute this for a minute. We're probably looking lower. There's problems. So we've got this zero gamma here, and the moment we break through it like this, it's very negative. We are below VWAP as well. We will have a tendency to come back to it, but there is buy orders coming in at a lower price, and we've got a magnet down below at 390. So you could get your bear suit on here and try to see if we can tag some lower numbers down here. I don't expect we trade lower than S2 or somewhere in here, but I would like to see us trade on S2. And let's look at it on a larger time frame here and see what we're breaking through. I mean, to see this break below, we're out of channel now, this middle, this weekly channel, and we're looking for these lower numbers down here. 383, 384. This would be a beautiful target down below here as well, which closes this gap in the S&P 500. And then someone brought up the NDX weakness. So here's the NDX weakness right here. I think they want to see this, at least this part of the gap, get closed. I'm unsure about the green below. Like they want to at least see this get closed or this get closed. I'd be wary of this being sketchy. As you know, are there still buyers here or not? We saw buyers here. See buyers here. I think the assumption would be that at least buyers would at least step in, at least at this level. But there's some kind of there's some buying here and there's some more push here. It looks like maybe you could close the entire gap. Maybe. Let me see here. I'm not completely sold on this being the bottom, though. For the day, at least. Not with that kind of a roll. You see how they rolled that right over right there? Just said, fuck no, we're selling this down. So if you're a bull out there, what do you take from this? You're taking that there's sellers up here, right? They threw it down, it didn't work. Bulls tried to come back. They didn't have what they needed. You didn't see a shit ton. We're still not seeing the level. Like, we need to see like 200,000 puts, 0 to 8 puts. We're not seeing. We're close there. 177,000 now on puts. So you want to see, when you start seeing like the 180, 220,000, you'll start to see us go back up. But you see the bulls didn't have it here. Traded it straight down. There was kind of a giveaway earlier. You could see that giveaway when we started looking at this. If you're, hold on a second here. So we originally made this one here, and it was like, yeah, I think it was up here, and I was like, that's not right. And then we extended it before you even came down here, and we did roll over. You saw the weakness in the market as we rolled over here. Slammed right down, and man, you're seeing new bids are coming. You can look on Bookmap, see that big yellow bar coming in down below. What it's telling you is that you've got some stink bids down here. Not stink bids, but just there's now buy bids down below, right? I want it cheaper. So 3925, which is right here, right at S2. So you've got some bids looking. There are some bids saying, hey, if you come down here, I'll buy some calls. Whether they do buy those calls there or not doesn't matter. It matters that there are bids now coming in the market trying to tease and coax the price of SPY down here. So we'll see if it does. You could probably get some puts there. It's pretty good. Maybe not right here, but look at that throw right over. That was nasty move right there. Nasty move. We'll try to let's bring this magnet up here. So 392.5 is was that 3.8? That's right here. Might even be lower. This magnet might have to go lower. $3.948. So 391. There's a magnet down here. It's like 391. 3912. It's right here at S2. Slightly higher. It's like right there. There's a definite fucking magnet down here. So right around 2 p.m., I'm going to end up leaving stream and watching the USA game today. I'll leave the stream up and running for you. But at 2 p.m., I'm going to watch the U.S. I want to see Iran get fucking stomped. I hope we stomp Iran. Iran, if you're from Texas. If you sell propane. So we got a price target down below. We're looking to see if we can get down here. And we'll look to see if we follow this track. So we'll extend this all the way down right there. That's a vicious move. Look at that move. We'll see if this goes down here. Nasty move. It continues down. Gay bears are in the house today, and that's spelled G-E-Y. They got the rainbow flags out, flying their pride. Yeah, I wasn't in calls. I closed calls up here. I closed calls like right here. You guys saw it live, so you can suck my balls. You didn't catch me in shit. You almost did. You fucking had me. I can smell it burning on my ass. Pay me bulls, I want it all. Yeah, here we go, trading lower now. 390, 393.52. Hell yeah, bears. Let's see some bear pride. So we got 393.52. We got a magnet down below here. Let's see if they can blast through here. S2, we're looking at 391.70 maybe as a price target. 391. I could be I'm off by a few pennies on that, but in SPY it's probably 391.72, somewhere right here. 391. I don't know if I have that right. It's like $1.30 difference, I think, right now between ES and SPY. So I think it's like 391.72, basically S2. This is S2 down here. Keep your eyes on this level down here as we make our way down. We'll open up SPY a little bit. And see this down below if you watch my cursor down here. See if the bears can hold on the whole way down. Diamond hand the whole way down. So we tagged S1. Bears want S2 real bad. Yeah, that's the Chase is bringing up something we talked about this morning. Was that if you start breaking that S2, we were looking at the market profile this morning. If you start breaking S2, it's fucking single prints all the way down. Single prints all the way the fuck down. 383, here we come. Should we make this line red to get the bears all pumped up? Make them, oh, look at that. Big red line. Oh, look at that. Want to turn some bears on? Blood red candles to the depths of hell. Send me down there, Cap. We should probably change the length of it, though. We want an actual target. Right there. Blood red, Captain. my 0.8s, my 0.8 390Ps are coming back to life. Looks like we're going to tag somewhere down in here. 361.72 is where I'd suspect. Not our 71. I don't know if I have this that exact. It's like within a fucking 10 pennies. I think it's 391.72. Don't quote me on like a fucking 10 penny target. Blood red bars, Cap. Should we change we'll change the color to blood red. We don't want pink, red, and fuchsia and shit. We want blood red. So if you're a bear, what you want to do is you want to see a rejection and then the move down here and just this big old tag. If you didn't get on the bear train yet and you're looking for some entry, you want to see this move right here. You want to see a rejection. You got to hold the line here for us to get the rest of the move. We want blood. Big giant blood. Blood rain from the top over here. This is terrible. Blood depths of hell. Bear's going to hold this right here. This is the truth. I'm not fucking around this one. If we get a bounce there, Bears want to hold this, take this down, slam down this S2 if they can get it. See if we can see if that happens. I'll get rid of this red bar so you can trade this and not have to look at my red bar. Bears want to be holding this right here. Right there. They want to hold that. You in here, Joey? Joey Harper's in here. Joey, if you're in here, right? I fucking closed some calls like right here. Somewhere in here, I closed some calls and was like, I don't like this. And then we went looking around the market and I came back and it was already fucking getting all angry. Like, Jesus. Someone called out NDX and was like, I got an NDX short and I want to fucking murder tech right now. He had like a blood wish inside of the chat. If I see no red, find plan B. Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch the game at like 2. I'm hoping so what I'm hoping is that whatever moves made today, that the market just gets quiet at 2 p.m. I'll leave the stream up and running for you. But I mean, how can you not watch USA today? Come on, it's like every 4 years. I mean, I can't stand Qatar. Fuck them. Fuck FIFA too. But you know, I have like a couple picks. We're doing like a round robin format, my wife and I and the kids. Like, what's your favorite team? And then, of course, what's your pick to win? And then each round, we're picking each round and counting points that way as well. Bears want to hold this up here. There's 2 spots for entry. So if you're taking profit here in S1, you're looking for S2. There's 2 places to re-enter for another short. One would be here and one would be right here. So these are your 2 places to enter the next leg down if we get it. If you are thinking that's bottom as a bull, you want to be checking. Well, we'll check it right now. We'll look. So you want to look on a 5-minute chart, right? And you're just looking for some volume. You've got 1.25 million and 180,000 on a 5-minute chart. You want like a 3 to 5 million. You see on the 15-minute, you're not quite seeing it yet. You're seeing dip buyers come in here. But you really want to see like a hammer candle, like 3 million, 5 million. Now we might go up here. We could blast higher, and you say, Cap, the 3 million, 5 million didn't work. It's not a question of that. It's a question of rules, right? So you place a rule and you say every time it hits 3 to 5 million hammer candle, I can with confidence usually buy that bottom. So you might miss some great trades, but you want high confidence trades, right? So if you're going to take a bottom buy, you're looking for a base to build here. You're looking for 3 million volume bars here, and then you're looking for 5 million on a 15-minute. So you're just looking for these, like every check mark box, right? What am I doing next? What am I doing next? So people were asking about stops earlier on Twitter. People were asking about rules. People were asking about rules about 0 dates, holding 1 dates overnight. What are your rules for that kind of stuff? So I don't think this is bottom yet. I don't think this is enough volume in this little area right here. So I want to see more volume. I want to see more volume bars. Now, the other thing you can check is the dome, right, or the order flow or the order book. You can check the order book on, you can do it on Thinkorswim. I think Webull even has an order book you can look at. But the bottom right-hand side of the bottom down here, you kind of want to see more buyers stepping in than sellers. And right now, you've got more sellers than buyers, right? So any trade higher, we said this earlier this morning. Jess asked, he said, hey, if there's more sellers than buyers and Tesla's going up, what does that mean, Cap? And I said, that typically means that we're in a short squeeze, but we're not in an accumulation phase, right? We're not buying for a move higher. We know that the biggest moves higher are on low volume, but we do want to see that initial volume grab to form some kind of a base. We are starting to roll it over real quick right now, too. And we also have some bids much lower, right? You see the bids in the market on Bookmap down at the magnet down at 3925, and there's probably one even lower. So we'll look lower on Bookmap real quick. And see that down below? You see that 3900 down there? That's starting to form up. This is telling you, right? So when they talk about stepping down the market, it's talking about you've got like, so let's bring this in. So you got, hold on, let me get rid of this fucking Bookmap for a minute. You guys see Bookmap, right? But what Bookmap is telling you is that you've got some standing orders coming into the market, recently coming into the market, saying, hey, I'll buy this down here, right? So the market's, the market wants to go up and down depending upon where the buys and sells are. More buys or more sells above than buys below. It's going to head up there to get sellers to enter the market. If you have more buyers down below, it's going to want to head down here, right? And so when it heads down here, let's say you're filling all these buy orders, and then more buyers show up down here at S3, and there's no sell orders higher up here, it will continue to move down. This is called stepping down the market, right? And you'll see us step this market down one level at a time. It's mechanical. Some people say there's stink bids, but this is all algorithmic selling, right? They'll sell to a level. They'll put more buy orders down here. As soon as they get down here, right, they'll remove those buy orders, and you'll see this big yellow bar, red bar come in on Bookmap even lower, and they'll step down each level. Now, do I think we get below S2 today? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I'd prefer to see us get down below these levels or break through on Wednesday when Papa Bear Pow comes out, supposedly. Maybe he knows something that we don't know. So if you're bear, same place, right? You're looking for a re-entry here for the rollover to this next level down. We'll see if we get it. And we're going to take a walk around the market right now. Let's look at the 5-minute one more time, see if we're getting a base. Interested in volume down here. Look at a 15-minute. That's not that good. They had 3 million sells down here. This isn't bad on a 5-minute. 1.2 million, 200,000. This looks more like short covering. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good on that trade. There might be a small long trade in here. Small 3-minute, 5-minute trade. Maybe. I'm not buying that shit, though. Fuck no. Another way you can tell in here if this is a bottom is another good way to just check on the if you're like, hey, I want to buy. Let's say you're like, hey, Cap, normally I would buy this right here. One cool thing would be to look inside the options chain. If you start to see the options gain some serious premium, it'll be another like not primary indicator that this is some kind of a trade higher. Oftentimes you'll see. Oftentimes, if this is not a bottom, you'll see a you'll see this leg higher to here or even to here. And let's say you bought a call at like, let's look at some calls. Let's look at some actual calls. So let's say you bought like let's say you're looking for this trade right here. It's $3.95. So you'd buy some 3.95 Cs. They cost right now 53 cents. If you start seeing them go from like 53 to like 50, 59 or 60 cents in here, or maybe then they lose value and then they go from 50, they max out at like 60 cents in here or something like that, showing you that no one's interested in this part of the trade. If you start seeing these 50-cent calls going like 50 cents, 60 cents, 70 cents, as we're moving up through these levels, it's showing you that there's real interest in buying for this leg higher. So that's why I watch option chains to see if we're getting actual like if this is just a short covering, or is this a real true bottom? Does that help? I don't know if that helps or not. And let's look. See if we can move this. See if that helps. Let me know what you think in the chat. Yeah, I'm not interested. I mean, we could trade this for we could do a 5-minute trade here. We could do a 5-minute trade for this level right here. We could do a 5-minute trade for this level right here, and then we could keep taking that trade higher. But not on stream right now. I don't want to trade that on stream with you guys. You can trade it on stream, or you can trade it. I don't want to trade it with you guys live. Yeah, I want to see. I think Jedi Marcus was talking about that. So just some guy brought up a point. There's an argument being made out there right now that the moment I don't know if I have this right or not, but I think he was saying, or someone out there was saying, uh, that after month end you might see a ramp. So if you're looking for that December trade, you might be looking for it on December 1st for that long trade. You're looking for a monthly end OPEX. Why don't I want to trade it live? It's a really fast trade. I trade this sometimes. Like I'll trade these bumps up. I'll trade this right here. And then if we get above here, I'll trade this live right here. This is more for you to do on your own. I don't want to do it live because the delay in time in this, you have to be really fast in these trades. Sometimes they don't produce a lot. They only produce pennies, 2, 3, 4 pennies, 5 pennies, stuff like that. And I'm not interested in people getting shaved for 3, 4, 5 pennies on a live stream. You're talking about having to be really a really fast trader. There aren't that many. There aren't that many fast traders. If you wanted to trade higher, I mean, there are 3 places, right? You trade this level, right? Slam. You trade that one, and then you trade that one higher. I guess there's another place up here. This would be your vol zone right here. But I'm not interested in trading that with. I'm just not. The safe trade would be, you wait for this, you wait for that, and you wouldn't actually take the trade until right here. That's the safety trade. If you're bullish here, some confirmation that you're going higher. And even then, look at that rejection right off the pivot point. You guys see that rejection right there off that pivot? They traded that right up right there, pinged pivot, and they said, fuck you, no. Bam, straight down. Almost pinstrike up there. This is where the Bears want to start a position. The Bears have 2 places to start a position. So if you're a bear, right, what do you do here? Let's help bears out for a minute. So let's say you missed this trade here as a bear. It rolled too quickly. If I was taking a put or a short position, I would want to start a position here, a small position. Let's say I get like five puts, right? Or a short here, right? And I would have, these would be the 2 levels that I'm looking for, somewhere in here. If we start to trade above here, you have a stop loss right up here, right? You don't want to be seeing this move higher. Now there could be an argument made for a bear to say, well, I'd start a small position here, Cap. I'd add to my position here, Cap, and then this pivot point would be my stop loss above. You get like 5 contract, the ES mini, you'd be like, contract or 2, another couple contracts, and then up here you'd be looking for that move down. So this would be risk tolerance and what kind of risk you're trying to take on. Because you are bearish up into this pivot point. Anything below this pivot is bearish. Anything down here is super bearish. I don't know if it helps bears out or not. Some bears that are conservative would say, I'm not going to take any short position until we're up here. So my first short is up here. So I understand all that if you're a bear and that's how you trade. This would be the most conservative, right? If you did this every time, you'd probably get that. And that's how that got thrown over here. If you're like really conservative, that's where the first one happened. If you're like, I'm just going to slam it down every time I get up here. And if I miss a trade, I miss it. But at least I got this beautiful payday over here. If you're aggressive bear, you're like right there, Cap. That's where it's at. Yeah, we post high low targets and gaps. We look at them in the morning, Joe. I like high lows, gaps. I like retracements. I like gamma. I like support resistance levels. I get the data. The data's from the CME. Gives you levels every day. Adjust them all day long. And the time of day matters too. I like the idea of getting my. If we have a huge move in the overnight, I like to. If it's for like sideways, doesn't really change much. But if like we had a gap down 2 days ago, right? So if you had like levels before the gap down and then versus the levels, the data that's out for that for the data that comes out after the gap up or gap down. If we trade outside of a pivot point, like so I'll put gamma levels on, pivot points, support and resistance if we're trading within range. If we start to break out, we'll start looking at stochastic levels, Fibonacci levels, previous lows, previous closes. We also layer in volume market profile and then Bookmap into the whole entire mix. So we'll look to see where the single prints above or below need to get filled, i.e. gaps. Look at the gamma profile for the day. It's kind of a lot of information to have. See if we can get this squeezy higher. See if we can get this push higher real quick. Some buyers stepping in right now. See if we can get this push through right here. Yeah, I agree with that, Adam. Thanks, Brendan. I appreciate it. I like your mama, Joe. You guys like the stream? Yeah, I hope all this stuff talking with you guys to like, it doesn't everything I say doesn't hold true, but it I want you guys to be thinking about this stuff when you're trading the market. Thinking about that. So we like this morning we looked at a month chart, we looked at a weekly chart, we looked at a daily chart, right? So you have to like layer all that stuff into your trading. I'll be honest with you, I would really like to buy that magnet down below. I'd really like to see us trade down there. And this is an interesting setup. I wasn't expecting this much weakness into JPOW talk tomorrow, so it's changing my viewpoint on my expectations for JPOW. I thought we would reclaim. Here, let me let's go to that monthly. I was thinking that we would we broke this trend here. We know the bears want to keep us below, but they're really keeping us below. So like I was expecting like this once we made this move down yesterday, we actually made it down here. Once we made this move down, expecting the bears to try to keep us down here into Wednesday, but they're really pushing. There's like a big push. Today there is, right? We have this big push down here, and it's kind of fascinated by it because once this gap that's over this, all these single prints down here. I'm like, does the push really need to be that hard for Wednesday volatility to get through all this stuff? So I'm fascinated by it. I don't think you need it to get this big plunge, but they're pushing for it. So I thought there would be some kind of a weakness into like we'd hold this area here, and then we get the weakness into Wednesday, and then once he starts talking, that's when we break right through this right here, and we just get that fucking straight bloodbath down. But the bears are making good progress right now. This is very productive for bears. It's been productive since Sunday, right? We got the Bookmap supply, the bull trap above here, and you can see this. You can see this move right here, right? And they're already getting down here. They're already getting down into this zone down here. So I'm impressed. I got to give it to the Bears. 100% I got to give it to the Bears. They've been very productive. Hold on here. Let's extend that that little flag down there. See if this helps. I don't see anything on the back end. I'm not seeing looking for any kind of a there's some kind of flag forming here. Let's trying to look for any kind of a pattern shaping up from Monday's trading. Like, is there any tell in here that we don't know about? Something happening on Monday. Something we don't see. Something like that. You guys seen all that? You want that bloodbath. Like, just give me that one bloodbath move. Just bloodbath it down. Let's see if they can get it. We'll clean this up a little bit, make it a little bit tighter. Pokes by with a stick. I think fucking bulls know better. I think bulls are like, fuck you, I ain't buying this. They're like, I'm just gonna position for the next leg lower. Bulls are just like, oh, fuck you. I want a bottom. I don't know. Normally I'm like heading into an event or what we think is an event. If people are like, yeah, J Power on the 30th, it's gonna be a huge event. I'm always expecting us to go up if it's gonna be a bad event. Like if I think that we're gonna get fucked on the event, and if I see people saying we have an event on a date, right, and we fucking trade up into it, I'm like, oh, we're gonna get fucked in this event. Definitely, we're getting fucked. So my viewpoint's evolving as we head into Wednesday. I'm like, man, if we're trading down into this, why the fuck are we trading down into this event if it's gonna be a fucking bear town, bear shit show, bear smearing bear shit everywhere? It makes me fuck. And then we've got a shit ton of premium on Wednesday calls. I'm like, why are the dealers putting so much money on Wednesday fucking calls? I'm like, if we're gonna have a bear day on Wednesday, why are calls so expensive? And I'm like, well, why are we trading down into this event? It would only make sense Normally for me, if we trade up into an event, I'm like, we're fucking selling that shit. as like standard operating procedure. If we trade into an event and we're going up into that fucking event, not always, but like, and then especially if everyone's like, fucking, we're gonna go to the fucking moon. It's so bullish heading into this event. I'm like, yeah, we're definitely selling this shit. But like now, as like the days pass, like Sunday passed, fucking Monday passed, fucking Tuesday's passing now, and I'm like, what the fuck are they gonna do? Trade us down to fucking 383, and then fucking JPal's gonna come over, gonna trade it down to like 350 by the end of fucking the JPal speech. I'm like, come on, maybe. I guess it could. I guess is the probability there for that to happen? It's a tail risk, as the VIX boys like to say. The tail risk event. You know, you grind up VIX up into that event, man. If you get VIX up until like 26, 27 or something into that event, I'd fucking be wondering if that was if that fucking whole meeting thing is kind of like a bullshit wash. If I was a bear and you see VIX just ramp into the event, I'd be worried. You got a bear flag, Foreman? You got a beautiful bear flag, Foreman? You got a big old bear flag down here? Got this weakness going in here? Let's take you guys want to take a walk around the market and see what's up? Heaven knows Powell doesn't want the market at 4,000. Oh, no shit. Powell wants, you know what? Everybody knows what Powell wants. Powell wants fucking that slow, like, giant bear walk down the market. Just talk the market down over. And it's funny is like he wants it for as long as possible. And the more time, the better, so that the Fed can say we beat inflation, even though they didn't. They had no fucking. That's the fucked up part about the Fed is like they don't actually fucking do anything for. All they want to do is like let's keep the market down long enough, so that if inflation subsides or it becomes accepted, we'll claim a victory. Say we did it. The fucking Fed. I think I've lost all fucking respect for the Fed when they were ramping the market, when they're dumping the market. I have fucking no love for the fucking Fed. I got zero. I got bitter, and I've been bitter over the years, but like this past couple of years, past 3 or 4 years, I'm like, I've lost all fucking respect. Zero. I'm letting like negative numbers now. Yeah, I'm not interested in a crash in NASDAQ until it breaks 10,000. If it breaks 10,000 and holds below 10,000, I'm putting on some fucking weight to 6,500. I'm fucking on that trade. You break 10,000 and hold it, it's gonna get fucking ugly. You're gonna see, you're gonna see some of your favorite heroes out there with their hair on fire running down the street. That's the magic number, 10,000. You break 10,000, hold that shit. I guarantee you, you will see fucking Petco shit. You'll see all kinds of nasty. You'll see like Yahoo go to zero. We're talking about Joe and I were talking about that yesterday. Talking about like fucking like real risk to some companies that you don't see. You break below 10,000, start heading down. It's gonna get fucking nasty. Are any of you guys old enough to remember like what's his name? Who's the guy that fucking sold it at the top? Basketball guy owns the Mavericks or something. Hold on a second here. Let me know in the chat. You guys remember all that shit? I have to look that up one of these days because yeah, Mark, whatever his name is, they sold that shit right at the top. Shit went to fucking zero. AOL same way. Yeah, Mark Cuban. Oh, hold on, my camera. Like Mark Cuban, like that'd be like selling like I don't know, like selling Apple at $140, and then like 6 months later, Apple's like $3. Some fucking crazy shit. Petco had that happen. Yeah, name some of the companies. There are a bunch of companies that it happened to, right? I'm sure there's some deep dives out on YouTube on that stuff. A little bit of a squeeze higher now. Squeezing that second level, right? This is the first level right here. The first one right here. Talked about the second level right here. And this third one right here. Let's see if they can get up there. I do want to let you know that we have more buyers than sellers right now in the market. We're seeing some kind of a ramp change here. Warning to you if you're a bear. You have some kind of reversal going on. I don't know if you've got some ghost prints down below, but it looks like we might have ghost prints down below. There is a ramp change going on right now. Do you guys see the... I want you guys to see this real quick. I want you to look down below here. You can see this accumulation change down below here. Right here is a break change. And we're having a reversal right now. We're on an accumulation reversal. It's only slightly more. Let's see if the bulls have a shot at having a bottom here. Take a look at this 29th. Yeah, we're starting to hit that 200,000 mark on puts. We're at 196,000 puts. I was telling you earlier, we start hitting 185, 200,000, 212, 215. Sometimes we get a ramp. We'll see if we can get a ramp out of this. Or if this is just an intraday trade. Remember these three spots we talk about here? Got the one right here, just broke through. Next one right here, and then this gamma zone. This is VWAP as well up here. This will be the trade back to VWAP right here. Yeah, that Mark Cuban shit was wild. Like that shit was wild. If you saw that stuff happen, it'd be fucking crazy. Like that whole Twitter thing, Joe and I were talking last night about. Joe and I were having a long conversation last night about it on the phone, and like all the other noise shit, I'm putting aside. I'm more afraid of like you're looking for signs of a market crash, and there's like a bunch of different things you're looking for, and like you got your bingo card. If you got a bingo card, I should put a bingo card out. Like I should drop a bingo card. Like you want unemployment. You want like mass unemployment. One of those bingo cards though is stupid ass buying companies you have no business spending huge money on. That's on that bingo card. And so I'm like, oh man, that's not good. I'm like, for every argument that I have that we're not going to have a fucking crash, I'm like, there's a bingo for one of them. You know, like yields, like boom, checked off yields. Well, you just want FTX collapse. Now I'm just looking for a bank or two to start peddling for cash flow. We're like halfway through the bingo card. We're not quite at the bingo card, but some of that bingo card's been filled up lately. We've hit a couple bingo. We've hit like N and G. We haven't done BI. Oh yet. But we're getting close. We need a bingo card, right? We need a fucking bingo card with like like we hit this one, we hit that one. Because we're getting there. We need some kind of nonsense like Microsoft buys TikTok and then TikTok gets banned. Like some stupid like that. For like $16 trillion or something. Like just absurd shit. You have like a Deadpool for a CEO or two kicking the bucket. You want something like what happened with GE too, right? You want some kind of random news like I don't know, like Apple didn't tell you that they were using a different phone maker. And this whole next generation of phones were shit. The GE was doing that shit. Like corporators came in, started selling a bunch of garbage products. I do remember when people were saying GE will be like I remember people were like GE is like Disney. It'll never go bankrupt. It'll never have problems. You know, it's like you want one of those companies to do some stupid shit like that. It could be like Ford. It could be anybody. Find out something really crazy. Awesome little bingo card. We all just stamp them as they happen. Yeah, Credit Suisse is, but you want like a it should be like a prime U.S. bank. You want something like J.P. Morgan, or you want one of the big U.S. prime banks. Credit Suisse not good enough. You want like Fannie Mae going bankrupt or something. You want like a U.S. institution. And it's usually one that you think there's no way they're going to fail. It's always that like, there's no way this company is going to fail. It's always something like that. Like it has to hit certain things. Like Walmart, like that's a prime one. Like Amazon or Walmart, those are two great examples. Like everybody's known for years that everybody's like stopped using anyone that's like it's called like 50 years to like so they graduate you. You guys know they graduate you out of social media, right? I hope you all know that. So let's say like a decade, 2 decades ago, well, even before then, 2-3 decades ago, you had MySpace, then you had the rise of Facebook. Everybody was on Facebook, kids, adults, and then grandparents got on Facebook, and then people started aging out into Facebook, and so kids look for new social media. So they went to YouTube, they go to TikTok and Twitch and Snapchat and Insta, and so now they're like all these people in different age groups are like, well, I'm going to start using, like I got my daughter trying to use TikTok, right? My older daughter trying to use Twitch. Say like before that, it's Roblox, and so they're going from step to step, and then they're moving into. So now if you're an American, basically grandparents and family are on Facebook. But that stuff was kind of known, right? Hey, it's my dog's here. So like that stuff, my dog smells like I think he was outside fucking around with a skunk or something. So you have like graduated social media, but my point behind this is that everybody kind of knew at one point that Facebook wasn't what it once was, right? In that growth phase where it captured everybody's imagination and everyone was on Facebook. There was a time for that. That's my point, is that you're looking for like a company like a Walmart or something where you're like, oh, fucking Walmart will never fail. The fucking place is always packed. People at Walmart, there's like, you'll never go bankrupt. You want that kind of a company, like a GE type company. You want like a Walmart to just like come out and be like, oh yeah, we cooked the books, or I don't know. It could be anything. That's on the bingo card. One of the invulnerables. One of the invulnerables that even a bear would say there's no way they're going to go bankrupt. It's always one of those companies. That's probably going to be like the actual bingo. I don't think it's, you know, if you want to know what I think it is, like with all in the bingo card, if I had the one that I'm banking on, it's got to be. I'm always looking at it from the perspective of like job, home and shelter, and a way to get to work. There are people out there. Yeah, if you live through like the 2000s or 86, 87, or sorry, 87, 88, or I don't know, even earlier, or 2000, 2007, 2008. There's one fascinating thing that takes place during a market crash, and that is that people keep their cars. They'll lose their house, they'll lose their wives, they'll lose their kids. They will fucking sleep in their car so that they can go to work every day, even if they got a shitty job. And so everybody's, everyone wants to point and look towards the housing as, where's it going to be? Where's the break going to be in the economy? And I'm so fascinated right now with thinking that it's possibly in the auto industry, and not necessarily the new car market, but the used to new car market. That there could be a way where used cars cost too much money. Your trade-in though isn't that good, and the new car prices are out of reach. And you're so like, there's one thing to be upside down in a vehicle. No, we're getting that next little touch up here. We also have more buyers than sellers still right now. So we've got some accumulation going on in the market. We'll see if this holds up. Coming into that second resistance point. And the first one right here where my cursor is. Second one right now. And we do see some accumulation. This does not look like a short squeeze. Usually you'll see a squeeze up like this, and you'll still see more sellers than buyers. So topically, it looks like some accumulation here. But the thing that I'm looking at, you buy a car. Let's say you buy a car for $10,000, and they always tell you drive it off the lot, and it loses 20% of its value, right? And then 3, 4, 5 years later, you're going to turn it in, and it's lost 40 to 60% of its value. You've done the good upkeep on it. You've taken it for its checkups and all that kind of stuff. I think, like, I felt like in 07, 08, 09, somewhere in there, things were getting a little ridiculous. I was buying trucks and stuff. They were going to like $40,000, $70,000, somewhere in there, like real high end stuff for like 70. But then this past 5 years or so, like, watching people buy like $140,000 trucks, $25,000 lot markups on sticker prices. You've got companies saying, or dealerships and even makers saying they're not going to negotiate on sticker price anymore. It's weird. You hear the two mouthpieces out of Ford. I heard them at one point say, we're not negotiating the sticker price. Oh, and we're going to slap down lots that are slapping another $25,000 markup on their truck. There's this like really weird gray area where if you get a guy or a woman or whatever, they have a job that's making, I don't know, $100,000 a year, 120, maybe upwards of a 150, let's say 130. And if they get downsized and they're like, if they're like, well, I'll just hold on to this truck that I bought for 120,000, 140,000. And it comes time where the truck's getting old and they want to turn it in, and then that new price shit is still going on. And then the used market, there's no buyers for that truck, even though it's got a high used sticker value. That there could be this moment where it's like, holy fuck, I'm upside down to $40,000 in my truck. I've lost my house, lost my wife and kids. I got repairs on it. They're through the roof. I wonder if there's that moment where the car industry, used and new market, kind of crashes. And that's what I'm looking for. Like, I know you guys all probably have your own things you're looking for out there. I feel like those are like the three pillars for like housing, job, and a way to get to work. So I'm looking at those three going, which one of the three has I think the Fed and the Treasury Department specifically doesn't want to destroy the housing market. It was weird too yesterday. Those speakers, man, they just tried stroking up and down yesterday the housing. They did that shit in 07 too. They're just stroking the housing. Even if the market crashes, the housing industry is going to be great. I haven't heard that shit. I haven't heard that shit since 07. 06? Maybe 2006. I haven't heard that shit. And that's what they're talking about. They had some keywords yesterday. They were like, housing market's coming back to a sustainable growth. Like that was some, hearing shit like that is you don't want to hear. That was some really sketchy shit. Yeah, just some guys talking about it right now. You know, I don't know. So we have a lot. I'm telling you right now, we got an accumulation ramp. You look down that bottom of that chart right there, that green and red side. There is accumulation going on right here. And I told you earlier, if you wanted to take this trade, you trade the levels. You'd be disciplined at all times. You could trade this level. You could trade this level, and then you could look to trade this level. Can we roll over here? Yeah, you start putting stops on. If you take a position here and you want to take this next leg, you have stops on right here for a roll, right? So if we start rolling below it, you're out of your position, right? So if you have a long bias here, I have a long bias here. Let's look around the market too. We'll see if we should have a long bias. But if you have a long bias here, we've had two tags, right? Perfect tags. We had a tag right here. Tag right here, right? We got a tag right here. Right? Came up, slammed up, and tagged right here, right? So let's say you're like, I got a long bias here, Cap. We've got accumulation going on. I want to buy this. So you can buy this. You need to buy some, but you look for a place for accumulation. Look at this going to close the time frame. You're going to look for some accumulation here. A little bit of this kind of a thing for the move higher, right? So you're going to say, all right, Cap, I want to buy this move higher. So you're going to look to enter at the right place. So probably right here, right? So you're going to want to be buying calls somewhere right here. You want to have at least in your mind, if we get one more quick dip and rip, I can stay in or add to my position. So you're going to probably use this yellow line as your stop loss if you have that long bias. Okay? You want to make this trade higher. If you think we're blasting through, and how long do you take that trade? Well, if we bounce right away here, I'd have a price target about right here, right? Right where this VWAP comes in, right? Take your money. Hopefully you can trade the next leg up over here. If we break down right here, you can say I'm going to add to my position twice, right? And you'll still have that same spot right about there. Okay? Hold on a second. Let me drink my coffee. Let's say you're considering this trade. You're like, okay, I'm considering this trade, Cap. I want to take this trade, Cap. All this grinding took place. I want to take this long. We'll really quickly look around and see, is this trade setting up or not? There goes that bounce off NDX. NDX setting up a flag. This looks like a bull flag. This does not look like a bearish. Looks like it wants to go up. It's got some room to go up at least, right? That's positive for you. We'll take a look at junk bonds. Junk bonds telling you the move's up. You can see that, right? Positive for you. Got a little bit of a push. Got bonds telling you we're going up here. That's positive for you. Looked like we get a roll here. This looks bullish. I mean, it looks like you can get a roll here. Maybe we get a nice little roll again. Got this stuff coming up here. Maybe you got a short little spurt in SPY. Let's take a look at Dixie. Yeah, Dixie, man. This fucking we want this to come down. I mean, Dixie could help you coming down here at least. Maybe till 4 p.m. See the 4 p.m. right here. Maybe we get a little bit of push into the bell. It's kind of bullish. Seems like the crystal balls that everybody uses. So you're getting at least some information saying, you guys can't see that shit, huh? I should have muted all this. Hold on a second here. We'll go back and look at it one more time. It's like NDX, right? There's a 15-minute chart on NDX. Got a little bit of at least a small bullish flag on NDX, right? This is kind of helping your thought process out, right? So could we at least trade it up here? Sure. NDX looks like it can trade higher. That's positive for you taking a long here. We'll take a look over at what was the next one we looked at? Junk bonds. Junk bonds is telling you the way is up, right? How far away up is junk bonds? Possibly at least to the close here. Maybe even extended into the close here. Right? So that's telling you there's a little bit of positives, a bounce here going on in junk bonds. HYG. Same kind of a thing, right? Found some support. Looking to close this gap above. We do have some resistance above here. This is a kind of a danger zone right here. This might be a place to stop and then make the next leg to close this above here. This gap above on HYG. So it's kind of positive. VIX, right? We came up here, right? Came up here. Rejected. Just rejected again. So there might be a little bit more room, or the way might actually be down for the VIX for temporarily at least. That's kind of on your side too. So you got all these you got Dixie, right? Let's look at Dixie. It's in this channel. It's respecting this channel, but Dixie has a little bit more room that it could go down, right? So there's some stuff on your side for a push higher. So if you quickly run through the market, take a look at everything the market's telling you. Come back into the SPY and you say, and you see the accumulation, and you say, yeah, you know what, Cap? There's a chance. There's some other indicators out there. They're saying that we could make a leg higher, even if it's only temporary. You got slightly more buyers than sellers. About neutral right now. So that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna make a little line. No, not a horizontal line. Make a little, just a trend line. Bears like, we're gonna trap these fucking bulls in right now. Bears are like, so this is what I do when I ever take a trade. I go around the market and I'm like, okay, what's going on? Is there any chance at all that we're going up higher here? Any chance at all? Maybe. I'm gonna give it like a 60% chance that we go up. I'm gonna give it a 60% chance that we go like this. It's like right here. It's not 70. It's like 60. I'm not too concerned with all these little liquidity grabs down here. Like, hold on. I got zero concern for this stuff. Anything in here, like anything in this zone here, as long as it stays in here, this is all just liquidity consolidation. So it's not bearish per se. It's not bearish. Now I'm going to take a look at the option. Oh yeah, look at this. Puts are just coming in. We got like 202,000 puts at $1.25 for today. $1.26. So you're telling me that the fucking dealers are going to print those things? I'm going to say no. Say no, they're not printing your 202,000 puts at $1.25. I'm going to tell you, get fucked. Dealers are going to take all your money and going to burn the fuck out of those puts. That's what they're going to do. Unless you get like some waterfalls of puts coming into the market, they're going to burn the fuck out of those things. And where are we targeting? We're targeting 395.50. So you probably want to stay in the money, like a 395C. They were 65 cents a minute ago. They were like 60 cents about a minute ago. And what are we doing? Where are we going right now? I want you to tell me where we're going. Going to the top of the key right now. See that, right? Calls are now 66 cents. So you start thinking to yourself, you're like, are they gonna print those? Are they gonna print 202,000 puts at a $2 and fucking? They were just a minute ago. They were $1.26. Now like $1.14. Yeah, they'll print those puts if they can kill them down to like 60 cents or something, or like 50, 60 cents. Sure, they'll print them, but they're not gonna fucking print them when the entire fucking market's on them at a high price. You're gonna buy them for expensive, and they're not gonna fucking print. Not always, but you need more waterfall puts coming in to print those, so they don't print the ones that are even lower. Let's take a look at Bookmap real quick. There ain't shit above, is there? $4050. I'm telling you what, you break above 3960. You break above right here, wherever this white line is, right? You break this. It's gonna be fucking rocket ship. It's gonna be a rocket ship higher. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a. How about this? We'll do a. We'll just get rid of it. How about this? We'll do it like this. If you want to take a long, take a long above this yellow. We'll call this the fight. Well, why don't we call it like this? This is the. We'll call this the. Are we going higher? You want to take a long right above this yellow box. It'll be like it'll be a big squeeze. Start breaking below this yellow box. We'll start heading lower. It's either gonna blast down here, or it's gonna blast up here. I would say that I'm biased towards the upside here. If something changes, I'll say something. If I become biased to the downside, I'll say I'm biased now to the downside. Bears need to hold this here. If you're a bear, you're like, this better fucking hold. You want your price target down below? It's right down here. Price target lower is right here. Price target higher, man. Maybe right here if you're lucky. Still more buyers than sellers. Let me know in the chat where you think we're going. So if we just looked at this whole setup. You tell me, you say, in chat, say, we're going higher or we're going lower. So we looked at a bunch of different shit. You as a trader, tell me. I want to know what you go. It's okay to be wrong. My bias right now is up. My bias would change to down if we broke this. See this little thing right here? Start breaking out of start breaking below this little triangle thing. Descending wedge, or I think it's a different name for this one specifically, but You let me know. You let me know what you think. You think we're going lower? Think we're flat into the end? Ooh, that would suck. Poor low right now. Yeah, I agree with that. The poor low. Theta burn. Roll back down to test low of the day demand. Matthew Ryan's making up a great point. He's making the point that we'll come back down here, test this low, and then if it doesn't fail, we'll come up higher. I like that trade. I like that, Matt. Matthew Ryan said something really nice. I like that. Rejected 3 times at 394.67. Mike's making a very fair point. It's definitely not a trend day, is it? Grind premiums in 230, float up into power hour. Yeah, that I always love you guys say that stuff. What do they do? I think there's like the Robinhood traders have to close their. Someone on Twitter was talking about how like Robinhood traders have to close their zero dates at like 2:30 or something, and the move comes out at 2:30 or 3 o'clock. So like they grind all these they fucking order flow sell these fucking Robinhood traders, and the moment they have to get out, so they took all their money for the move, and they make the move after the fucking Robinhooders get closed out of their zero their zero dates. Victor's saying we got a head and shoulders at 38.2%. Yeah, there is. I see the bloodbath. I see the bloodbath. I don't see it today. I see it tomorrow. Yeah, the buyers are here, man. Yeah, Max Payne's 398. Let's see what happens here. I wish I could make this more translucent. I'm going to get rid of the yellow box so you can actually see it. You don't need to be looking at that yellow box. You know where it is now. You can see this fight zone right here. I just want to be able to visualize this stuff for you guys. You guys can use these tools to day trade on your own. You don't need old Captain Jim with you all the time. But I want you to come back in 3 years and say, you were fucking right. Bears like, hold. Bears like, hold fast. Let me see if I can put something up for the fucking Bears, keep them happy. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Let me see here. Oh, it doesn't show. I have to make it smaller. It's for the Bears out there. Does that work for the Bears? That's for you Bears out there. Edwin's saying that NQ support's turning into resistance. It's important for you to see. It's my little image for you Bears out there. It's kind of a critical moment here. Let me take a look. Yeah, I can see where I'm looking at NDX on another chart over here. I can see your point on NDX turning into resistance. I see what you're looking at. Looking for that quick rip and dip, right? And that blast down on NDX. NDX is showing it. NDX showing some weakness. They're showing a roll and they're showing a bull trap here. Keep your eyes on NDX. Whoever keeps calling that out, good job on calling out NDX there. I'm watching it with you. NDX looking sloppy. Hold fast, but bears. You might have it right here. You're going to try to throw it right over. See this roll over here? I want you to see this right here. See this little roll right here? Boom, slam down. I'm trying to do it right now. What the bear's trying to do. Let's see here. Now 204,000 puts. Come on, bulls, baby. Keep your eyes on that resistance above on Bookmap. You can see that the sellers are trying to hold right here. Sellers trying to hold 3960 here. If they can't hold, if the sellers can't hold right here, we're going to get a squeeze. Sellers are really leaning in right here. Sellers getting weak. Sellers backing up to like 3960. 3960. They're being pushed back to 3960 right now. This is a real battle right here. I'm watching this options chain to see if they start ramping up the puts. See the 390, the 391s are only 10 cents. So 392s are 20 cents. 392p is 19 cents. And the fucking dealers aren't giving nothing to the bulls or to the bears. 1, 2, 3. They're giving it a little bit more. There's some weight on. There's a lot of premium on 392p. A lot of premium. My trading rig is like every fan's on right now trying to calculate all this stuff. I'm looking at 392p. They're 19 cents. I haven't bought anything. It's a pretty big move right here. This is like these moves right here. Like so, like if you have the accumulation bottom, it's pretty easy to call a direction. Where we are right now, it's a fucking real fight right here. This could easily squeeze, and this could easily roll right over. I'm going back now. I'm at like 50-50 in my conviction. Keep on going. You guys want to see? You guys are. You can pause the program, go back. I walked around the market a few minutes ago. You guys pause the program, go back, look at the walk around that we did. You get HYG coming in. So HYG is at that pause place we talked about on HYG. J&K still has some room to run. They're at a pause spot too, and a 200 DMA on the 15-minute chart. Take a look at VIX. Yeah, this is a tough place. You can see VIX trying to make its way back up to that trend line, trying to break through and above to roll it over. This is a hard place. I'm not going to lie to you. This is not an easy place to call an up or down move here. I want to see 3960 break. If we see 3960 break on Bookmap, we're going up. Coming into that 3960. Pushing up into it right now. Watch that green ball up there. We're breaking up there. So right where we are right now. We're coming right into some resistance here, right where we are right now. You need to break through this moment right here. You need to smash through it. This is the last little bit. This is where the last resistance is right here. If you're watching Bookmap right now. More buyers than sellers in the market currently. Squeezing higher now, starting to break through resistance. 3960 was just taken out. We got legs higher right here. We maintain and hold this right here. We got some legs coming in higher. We got some sellers feeding into this move higher. Some phantom fucking sellers in here. Keep squeezing, keep pushing. Keep on going. Coming into VWAP now. If you are long, you want to take some off. Look for a next look, then re-enter. So if you look at my cursor, we're right at VWAP. This is VWAP. This is the push. You want to then look for some consolidation, another move higher. Re-enter a second time here. Nice little squeeze there. Almost the pin strike on VWAP. The same fucking bullshit over here. So it's crazy is this is basically where we were yesterday. Let me close that out for you. This is basically where we were yesterday, right? This green box, this green let me close that out. I mean, all this over here. Look at this nonsense right here. Someone was talking about this earlier. What you don't want to see is what the bears want to see is the breakdown below here and this move down. Bears do not want to give this up over here. Even if we make this move higher, bears do not want to give. They want to turn this support into resistance, right? I think someone was saying that in the chat. See that support that came in yesterday? They want to hold this line right here. Little break above. Not much resistance here. See if the bulls can do it. Price target above, they can get above right around here. No retest of the low yet today. That's bullish. Ish. For the move, it's bullish. No retest yet on the low. Yeah, if you're having a significant delay right now, you should be able to just press the cog icon and click playback speed ×2. My voice should speed up to a wackiness and then come back into normal. If you're having a problem like that, reset your browser. There should only be a 3 to 5 second delay. Maybe you're downloading torrents or something and not resetting your router every day. You can always reset your router. But I know I've got guys that watch there's no more than a 3 to 5 second delay. So it could be YouTube, your internet provider, your ISP. Good job, Tony Cheese. Yeah, the upside target that was up here earlier was right around 402, I believe. Still not there though. I'm not even seeing anything come in. 4062. Woof. Woof. We could start cranking here. And I think it's risky to say that. VIX, though, if VIX rolled over here, I mean, we could look at VIX real quick. If VIX does do a roll here, but this is not based on anything that's like, this is like a bull dream. But if, I mean, the way it looks up for VIX, believe it or not. But man, if you rolled this down, or if you rolled this down like this, you'd see 405. But this, man, like this, I'd be long VIX here. I mean, seriously. Fucking bulls get so excited. This is a real fucking this is real ugly, right? This green green and red, man. This is like. Then you get the pivot point up here. Bulls have a lot of work to do. Bulls have to break above this gamma air zone here. They got to break above this zone here. They got to hold this. They have a lot of work to do to get there. They can. I'm just saying, there's a lot of fucking work in here. There's not a lot of resistance above here. I'd love to buy some puts up at like 405. I'd love to. I think there's bears out there that would like to buy puts up at 405. Or at least some put spreads into December and March. Resistance is Bear's favorite genre. Thanks for the Gucci chart. Appreciate it. You guys having fun here? We're breaking through resistance right now. See those little green balls up there, right? They jump on top up here. If they're able to if the bulls are able to fucking consolidate here, just kind of leg up. Could set up another move higher. Bulls want to be holding that. No doubt. Do not want a reversal here. Bulls just begging to close that gap up there. I know Bulls been eyeballing this all day long. There's this little tiny gap right here, but the real gap is Bulls want. This is what the Bulls want. Bulls want minimum close that gap right there. Bulls been eyeballing that for 2 days now. It's been too fucking I was eyeballing it yesterday. I was eyeballing that gap. I wanted that gap closed right. I wanted that gap closed right fucking here. Like somewhere down in here. I was like, bullshit. I was like, I want this gap closed. Like I wanted this gap closed. We did it at the beginning. We didn't close it, and I was like, we'll come back down here and we'll fucking probably nail it at some point today, like 11:30 or something. Then we'll start rolling it back down at like 1 o'clock. We'll start rolling it back down. We didn't get it. So the more we go down, we should close it at some point. You keep doing this bullshit, this down and down, and you leave that gap up there. If this lasts into tomorrow, and like J-Pow comes out, I know bulls are gonna be just begging to close this gap at some point. Just begging for it. It's just gonna be too juicy not to deny. Let's see if the bulls can hold this here. Man, bulls are looking fucking weak as shit. Bulls are not doing it. Rejection again. Someone was talking earlier about turning this into resistance. So this support, man, you don't want to see this happen, and you want to see consolidation. You don't want to see rejection off of this. This is a major shelf, right? I shouldn't say zero gamma. I should just write that. That should just say shelf on it. That's what it is. Bear's trying to fucking totally turn this into a fuck you, we're going down. I want a 15-day bloodbath. That's what the fucking Bears are saying. No, it's not. Well, not only is it not under VWAP, but I mean, you figure we've been trading under VWAP now for 2 days, right? No, 3 days. Sunday, figure from Friday, basically, Friday close into today, we've been under VWAP, and not only under VWAP, but a longer time period. Let's look at a longer time period. So we do start getting more bullish. Start seeing these moving averages, right? You start seeing this blue one up here, this 200. I mean, you're talking about a huge fucking gap up here to close. Really come back into, even if you reject off it, just when you start trading below this stuff, right? When you start seeing this blue line up here, right? The more we trade down and away from it, the more it wants to come back to it. So it gets more and more bullish as we trade away from it. The more, forget the VWAP at this point. And this is going back into Friday here, right? Start trading down here. You start stretching. Sometimes you'll hear guys call this stretching. You keep stretching and stretching. The more that you stretch away from moving averages, the larger the whipsaw up is going to be. Does that make sense? So it gets more and more bullish the more we trade down. So at some point there's going to be a slingshot effect that no seller is going to be able to fuck with. Was it down here? Or is it even lower? Is the question. You can say whatever you want. I mean, once in a while we'll have like a day where we lose 500 points in Nasdaq or the Dow or whatever fucking. I shouldn't say 500 points. The Dow 500 points in a day. But like if you have, the more we start stretching down lower, if we reject here, let's say we make another leg lower, at some point we're gonna get a violent fucking hammer candle. It's gonna fucking fly. Yeah, like I like the idea of trading a VWAP on an intraday, but when you start stretching out moving averages on a 5 days or 10 days, you start getting to extremes like 9 days. Normally it's like 9 days are an extreme. Sometimes 11 or 12 will be an overextension, but you start stacking these days up of down days, I'll fucking promise you, you're gonna see a nasty whipsaw. Yeah, 394 area was the springboard. Yeah, we saw one of those days last week, right? We sold off like bloody hell into the close. Fucking went up like 200 points or something insane. It was like 150 points, 200 points like the next morning right off the bell. We didn't see that off this bell though. The bulls are kind of fucking weak here. It's that all that volatility on Wednesday, Thursday. Rightfully so. We get some nasty numbers coming out. Not nasty, but potentially nasty numbers coming out on Wednesday, Thursday. Oh yeah, I scalp live here all the time. I scalp all the time here. If you ask anyone here in the stream, I'm always scalping. I love scalping. I usually try to make like a 1 to 3 month trade for my bread and butter, and then I try to scalp trade. As of late, the past, I think I stopped trading most of my overnight holds on zero dates. Well, I think maybe summertime, springtime. No, last winter. Maybe it was last winter I stopped doing overnight zero day trades. But this whole year, it's been mostly like meat of my trades are. I'll share meat of my trades. I'll just use like I just basically use a breadth indicator, a price percent oscillator, and I'll buy those huge dips and I'll sell those huge tops all year long with a spread, and that's where I get the most of my money comes from those. I have lost I did lose one big trade this year. And then I 0 date scalp mostly, 1 date, 0 date scalp. Some roll on the VIX right now. I think as we get more volatile, as the market becomes more volatile, it's challenge to trade these markets for sure. It's It's become harder and harder and harder past past 2 years. I've been condensing and condensing and condensing my trading. Hold on here. I use futures too. So I used to trade futures. I don't like being awake all night long. Now I only use futures on a long. So there's a few things. So some rules. We talk about this frequently. So puts are only built for one-to-one trades, okay? They're not built to hold value. They're very directional. They're only built one-to-one. Calls are built to go long the market. First you had stocks in the market, then you had calls. They weren't even puts. You couldn't even buy puts years ago. Old man stuff. Not this way before my time. Then they built puts as a hedge for your long positions. They're never constructed to make tons of money. Now, futures, I used to trade futures for, like, I had like a couple years I traded futures contracts. But I don't like being up all night long, and I don't like not the gambling, but like the access to it 24 hours, not 24 hours, but 2 portions of the day, like nighttime, daytime. Then I'd be up all stupid fucking hours. So now I still have a futures an account. I'll hedge longs or shorts in futures market if I'm holding a position overnight. I just use it as a tool now. Now that doesn't mean you can't make money off puts. I like puts in form of spreads. I used to trade the wheel. I used to trade flies, all that kind of stuff. I used to complicate my trades, and I used to try to make. Just right now, for me, I like to buy big dips in the market and sell big tops in the market, with some time on it. And then right now, I've been reduced to basically trading 0 dates and 1 dates, directional moves, scalping, and it's paid out very well. Make way more money, way less time, way less like worrying about my positions. We've talked in the past about how algorithms have come in to control the market. There was a time in the market where you could, no matter which directional bias you had, whether it was up or down, there was a time when you'd follow a path and we'd have these nice, beautiful moves in the market. You could enter and exit at will. The market could be going down, and you could enter at will, no problem. But nowadays, the way the computers are, you might go this way, and it's a very violent move up to get there. And so there you've got all these computers in there trying to enter and exit so fast. Unless you're in a spread of some kind, especially directionally, you're just not going to capture it. All this value just gets destroyed in the Greeks within a trade. So right now, the way the market is, the volatility of the market, big directional moves and spreads, 0-1 dates, I've found to be the least destructive trade. Yeah, I love selling puts. When I used to own a lot of stock, and I would love selling puts. I'd sell the fuck out of puts. It's if you have lots of money. You've got a lot of money, right? And the market is going up, and you can buy the SPY and just sell fucking puts on it. It's a beautiful way to make money. It's a gorgeous, safe way to generate money. The S&P 500. I fucking love the S&P 500. I fucking love it. It has liquidity. It closes to cash. I mean, there's just so many. If you guys are going to trade stuff like the S&P 500 is, it's the telltale for the rest of the market. It's got breadth to it, to its holdings. The cool part about the S&P 500 is that they dump shitty companies and add better companies. So it's not like you're stuck. You know, guys get stuck in companies. They're like, oh, I'm buying fucking Peloton. It's coming back, I promise, bro. And I'm like, dude, why not just buy the S&P 500? Best part about the S&P 500 is they're going to add and delete. Does that make sense to you guys? I'm going to be a lifelong holder of Peloton. I'm like, fuck you, lifelong holder of Peloton. You'll see, if you're a new market participant, you'll see over time you'll fucking find yourself going back to the S&P 500. It's like consistent money at all times. There's very smart people that trade it up and down. Very smart. You got people, I'm not saying I'm smart. I'm not smart. I try to be a dumb trader, but you got guys like me, right? All they do is watch NDX. All they do is watch the S&P 500. And there's tons of them. Women, men, doesn't matter. They, them. That's all they fucking do. They just every day, all day, in and out. They eat, shit, and sleep the S&P 500. Tons of them. Like you might have a core group of people that are like, you know, like Tesla fanatics or Peloton fanatics or Apple fanatics. But I'll tell you what, like the core group, if you look at the core group, I have a lot of respect for currency traders. I have a lot of respect for bond traders, very smart traders. They like the intelligence level needed for it. But I'm telling you, you want like simple fucking make money every day, day in, day out, come in the market, make some money and go away. Fucking S&P 500 is fucking unbeatable. It's fucking amazing. Fucking love the S&P 500. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Sometimes it sucks. Like you have a week or two where Dow Jones is moving or IWM's moving, or you can switch to those other markets to trade them. People tell you, oh yeah, you want to go over into tech right now. But I'll tell you what, the S&P 500, all fucking day long. I heard some guy on Twitter a couple months ago who was like a complicated trader, like all kinds of rocket science in his trades. And I was like, he was like, well, yeah, you could just buy and sell. We had like an oversold condition or something. And I forget which, some big guy on was like, well, we're in really oversold conditions, so we had to buy the dip. It was Dan Niles goes, comes on CNBC and he goes, well, we bought the dip, but not for long, but we had to buy it because it was so oversold. And then someone on Twitter was like, well, yeah, you can just wait for the market to become oversold and buy it, but that's simple. There's so many other ways you can make money in the market. I'm like, dude, if you just bought oversold conditions 10 times a year, you'd be fucking a millionaire. People are losing their money in the market not because they're buying the oversold conditions, because they do the shit that we're doing. Come in and do 0 dates, 1 dates, weeklies, complex fucking trades, all kinds of stupid shit. There's like 2 or 3 ways that you make your money, your bread and butter. It's pretty much buying and selling overbought and oversold conditions, and buying an underlying piece like the S&P 500 and selling fucking puts and calls against it for 10 years, 20 years. That's how you make money. If anyone tells you any different, they're fucking lying. Yeah, it's pretty much the S&P 500. There's a reason it's the S&P 500. I mean, this is, I guess I'm starting to sound like what's his name? The old guy. If you're a young trader, you want to generate wealth, you should always be buying like the super lows on the S&P 500. Just buy 100 pack, or buy 1, buy 20. Just keep accumulating them. And then eventually you get 100 of them, and you're fucking selling calls and selling puts. Fucking easy. It's like a full easy button. Hold on, I might have a. I gotta bring this down and I gotta kick out all these porn bots in here. Still haven't switched over. I didn't have the time this morning to switch over to subscribers. No, not Mr. Yen. I'm talking about Warren Buffett. All right, so it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm probably going to leave the stream here shortly, the next half an hour. Puts are starting to become cheap again. They were very, very expensive. Those 395 Ps are now down to 84 cents. They were up to like $1.23 at one point, $1.40 on the lows. They're grinding down all those puts. I'm going to watch the football game. I'll leave the stream up, of course, so that you can watch. I'll put the news back on. I turned the news off there for a minute. They were just blabbing about some stuff. It wasn't really important. So I've got the news back on for you. I'm trying to look at the news right now, see if there's anything important, but I don't see anything. It's all oil talk. But I hope you guys get out there and watch the game today. So yeah, anyways, this guy on Twitter was talking about like all these complicated things, but he even admitted it was like the self-aware wolf. It was like a self-aware wolf. Yeah, you can do that to make money, but there are other, there are intelligent trades out there, and I'm assuming that's what he pushes or that's what he practices, which is fine. But let's be honest. Let's be honest about like if you had an account with like $100,000 in it. The best trade you can take is a super oversold position, overbought. Not sometimes on the rollover trades, those can be more challenging. Historically, I found them more challenging to make money because the market does over time go up when you start adding even more time on trying to get the market to roll over. But the oversold condition, fucking buy or spread or whatever, it's like a no fucking brainer. It's a no-brainer. If you just wait for those signals, it usually takes a month, sometimes 3 months. But if you just wait for those and don't do anything else, don't listen to the fucking social media garbage. Don't listen to get off Twitter and Reddit and stock twits and all that other fucking nonsense. You'd just be a full winner all the time. You go back down to your bunker, you come back out. You'll hear everybody saying the market's going to crash. You'll hear that every year, every month, on the fucking dot. I'm just going to place your call spread and go away. And it prints every time. It's printed in the crashes. It's printed every time. I've done videos where I've gone back and looked at all the fucking crashes. They still print. The market literally slingshots back up and still prints those fucking things. It's like a no-brainer. The loss rate is like it's like a win percentage of like 0.97%, or excuse me, like 97% win rate out of like 100 trades. So that's stupid. Yeah, we've got a Discord. We've got a Discord. We've got a private handle. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Like and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't already, sign up on CaptainJimJames.com. I've got a newsletter coming out there. We're going to switch over to the newsletter there. We did a test newsletter. Half of you responded to it. Half of you didn't. That signed up. I'm going to switch from morning briefs weekly and morning briefs going in through that newsletter. And we have at Captain's Alpha as another handle. It's a private handle to keep the bots out. So sign up at CaptainJimJames.com. Go to or follow at Captain's Alpha. You can find me on Twitter. I've got a public. You can just Google search me, Captain Jim James.
I'm glad about the guitar
My link will come up for Twitter.
German energy supply.
And then we got a bunch of new shit rolling out here. Joe Rogan's helping me out right now. Joe Harper's helping me out right now.
COVID and problems in the real estate sector.
And follow along. Show up every day. We got a live stream every day.
IMF's chief Gorgieva says IMF may have to revise downward on its economic forecast for the Chinese economy.
I'll post the Discord link right now. Hold on a second. I'll post the Discord link for you. I'll post the Discord link publicly on my Jim James handle on Twitter for you. Give me just a second. I'll do that for you before you get out of here for the day. We've got a nice blend of experienced traders, investors. We've got people that are focused on stocks, options. We've got people that are focused on
Germany's
individual
Chancellor
tickers.
Scholz says the Qatar LNG deal shows Germany has several countries to draw on to secure energy supplies.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
We've got if you're an inexperienced trader, it's easy to ask for help, or if you have questions, always feel free to ask in the Discord. The trading community is very positive. We try not to be like sharks or assholes or anything like that. We're trying to be helpful to people that need help. We always ask traders with experience to have patience with new traders and new investors, all that kind of stuff.
As Germany saves gas.
Backtest your ideas with people that are trying to trade the same stuff as you.
German utility Uniper SE is bringing back an old fuel oil-fired power plant next year as a part of the country's efforts to reduce natural gas usage following Russia's curbs.
Not much going on right now, huh? So I just posted that link to Discord. Hold on a second, I gotta turn it off. Not the link, but I gotta turn off Discord. So I need the computing power to
taking a look into this.
Run the stream.
100 megawatt Irsching 3 unit will return as a backup facility from February until the end of 2023 to strengthen security of supply in the south of the country and to avoid critical situations in the grid, Uniper said today. Earlier this year, the company brought back 2 coal-fired power plants.
Now I will tell you, it's amazing right now. I'm looking at, there is a real premium on calls for tomorrow. Do you guys know anything about why that would be? I have a question for you guys. Why is there so much premium?
The Pentagon says they have no plans to send Patriots to the Ukraine right now.
On calls for tomorrow. There's a ton of it. There is a ton of premium on calls for tomorrow. There shouldn't be. Yeah, I used to. Sometimes I'll still do it. Sometimes I'll buy so I'll get an argument sometimes here. So I'll get an argument sometimes. We're starting to squeeze up higher right now. I'll explain it better for you. Going to the top of the key again. sometimes I'll have people say things to me like, well, if we're an hit cap for an overbought situation, why not just buy OTM calls, or why not just buy in the money call and
Surely
ride it all the way up?
expecting the results from the Federal Reverse Repo operation.
That's a fair on on the surface. I'm not gonna be able to do this today, but we've talked about this in the past. But you can manage your spreads. You can create a spread over time. Just buy calls, and then at a put at a time when you think the market might roll. For me, I try to keep it simple these days. I just buy the spread. If I get my 100%, I'm out. I don't have to worry about it. I'm not constantly managing it. It's not something that I need to be concerned with as much. I used to do all that stuff. I don't do it anymore. And there are times where, and I'm not going to, this is my point behind it. The reason I'm saying this to you is because there have been times when a spread's gone your way. Not a spread. If, let's say, you're in oversold conditions, you buy it. You'll see repricing throughout the life of that call. And there have been times when I've checked that, when I've back tested this, there are times when we continue to roll lower. So if you're in this super oversold condition, and let's say you buy let's say like, fuck a cap, I'm just going to buy calls and hold them for the next month or so until I hit my price target. There have been times when the market has continued to roll lower.
$2.064 trillion of the Federal Reverse Repo operation.
And then whip back up. And that spread actually saves the repricing of that call option. So I don't mess with it anymore. I just keep it really simple. Keep my trading as simple as possible. If I'm in the market trading 0 dates, I'm having fun trading 0 dates. That's one thing. But for my consistent money, I don't fuck with my spreads. I don't overly manage them like I used to. I hit my price target, I'm out too. But I get yelled at for that sometimes. There'll be some people out there that'll say, hey, Cap, you missed the entire move. You only captured 100% trade for this one part of the leg, and then you didn't put any more risk on. But for like large size moves that I'm looking for to make like 100% or 200% or 300% with big money, I'm in and I'm out and I'm done. I make my money and I walk away. Like, it hits every single parameter. That's just me. We'll talk more. I'm not explaining this well enough. It's better for me to explain it with a back test on previous examples, because I can show you previous examples where I would have done better if I entered a second call spread, a third call spread, if I managed the call spread for max gains. There's examples where on the bad side where we would have kept going down. If I had cut the legs loose, I would have lost the entire trade. And then I'm trying to simplify and not having to manage those trades, spend a ton of time on them. I've got where I bought it at, the price I'm trying to sell it at. It takes some of the work out of what you're doing, and the risk. If you have a black swan event in the middle of the night or something, and you're like, well, fuck it, I just cut all these legs off, managing my trade, quote unquote. And let's say you're not up for futures to trade that risk every night, or you want to sleep every night for that risk. There's like all these little other factors in how do I make this trade as close to perfect as possible without having to get too crazy with managing it. And probably the biggest part of managing that trade is the having less management of it is the scariest part of that trade. It can be a very stressful trade. It's not for everybody. But the win rate on it is very high. You could see the market go. You could see if you're in an oversold condition. Let's say you buy a call spread here, and boom, you hit that. And let's say you're like, boom, I'm in the money. I'm going to cash out, and the market's still telling you we're going up. I still don't take that part of the trade with all that money. I don't care about any of this. I care about just that one perfect trade, as consistently as possible, with large size, and it keeps me funded if I because I've blown up zero date accounts. I've blown up multiple zero date accounts over the years. I've made bad trades, like big money bad trades, size on like weeklies and zero dates and one dates for shit tons of money. There was a there was a time in like a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, in like a November or some shit. I drank the Kool-Aid and thought we were gonna crash the market. We didn't, and I bought like fucking I don't know what it was, $90,000 in puts or something. Watched that shit go to zero. So like, you can get the fuck on out with that shit. So you just find a way for yourself. If you're an investor or trader, if you're young, backtest a wave that's compatible with you, that has a super high win rate, so that you know that you can go in with size and make consistent money almost every time. As high of a win rate as possible, with the least amount of management as possible. The more moving parts you have on it, the more times that you're like, I'm gonna do this or I'm gonna do that, or I'm gonna fucking overthink this, and I'm telling you that hindsight shit does not work. Does not fucking work. Getting a little bit of a roll here in the market. That hindsight shit doesn't work. You want to backtest a way that's consistent and it accounts for all the bad shit that can go wrong, all the good shit that can go right. Find that sweet spot where you're going to make money no matter what. Usually it involves time on the trade, not a lot of greed in the trade, size on the trade. There's like a few key things. Yeah, I'll make another video on it. Today's not the day to do it, but and we can backtest it live. We'll go back through, look, and say, hey, could I have made more here? Sure. Usually it involves taking the money and running and being able to withstand unknown market moves, negative market moves. And then, of course, the hardest part of that trade is if the market rolls while you're in the middle of it, you're going to have everybody and their brother telling you the market's going to crash and your shit's never coming back. There is some other problems. There are some problems where dealers will try to burn your call spreads. That's why you put time on them. They'll burn like the next 30 days, 90 days. You'll hear like gamma in the market. There's too much gamma in the market. The market won't go up until all this shit burns off. You know, people say that, right? There's too many puts in the market, too many calls in the market. Market can't go up until all these people that know we're going up, all their shit ends. So that's when time comes into your trades. So that once you burn off all that stuff, you're a month out from those people, from the herd. The market will then go up and nail your call spread. So there's like ways for you to get those things to print. And you can't be greedy on these things. Just like 100% print, full boat, and not full boat, but, you know, a fucking large part of your account. And then you come back and you day trade small amounts, day in, day out. And sometimes you have a good month. Sometimes you have a bad month. And you don't have to worry about that because you've got the, you've got that safety, that nest egg. And there's multiple ways of doing this. But I assure you, you trade long enough with enough years on it, that you need to have a way to make consistent money. I promise you, whatever way works for you that's consistent. And we're talking like 9 good trades. Like 9. You should have like, you should be able to make 7 to 9 100% trades minimum. 7 to 9. That's a high rate. And you discipline yourself to always make those trades. You have to. You'll fucking blow. You just keep blowing your shit up eventually. If you want to be an investor in stocks or shares, you need to be picking companies like that are S&P 500 companies, right? Can't be doing just always like I'm gonna buy Piton or fucking I don't know, you name it. like GME, but honestly, GME, AMC, anything like that. You have to be the best things for, if you're like, I only trade shares, sometimes it's really nice to just own the S&P 500 or IWM or Amazon or whatever, you know, have something consistent. You can make consistent money on. It has to be something that's consistent. Yeah, market makers stall it and reprice everything. Yep. Yeah, like life savings and Fubo. I get you want to dabble in that shit. You should. But if you want, you need, you as an investor or trader, your first goal is to find a system that works for you that makes you consistent money every single time. Every single time. Or as best to, you're not going to make it every single time, but it has to be, you back test that shit like 8, 9, 10 times, then do it again. The previous 5 years, go back 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and see where the problems are. So if you do fuck it up once or twice out of like 10 trades, if you timed it wrong once or twice out of 10 trades, then you can go back and just tinker on when your timing. Now you're just working on timing at that point, right? You master that shit over 5 or 10 years. I'm telling you, it's game changer. Game changer. Here comes that retest of the low, trying to get that retest down below. I think Matthew was talking about this, looking for that retest down here. That should be your whole focus. You master that shit, right? Then you can go out there and piss away all your money gambling like the rest of us. Just go out there and you can be like, ah, fuck it. If I lose it, I lose it. And then you can't talk to your friends and family about it anymore because they'll think you're crazy. Going back down. Yeah, I think they said that all the hedge fund guys are shorting all that shit. There's a big short on that shit, right? You guys hear about that? There's a big short on that ETF. BBY, baby. BBBY. Yeah, we'll do a video on that again. I've done them in the past. I gotta record one of those videos and just like post it so it's always there so I can direct someone to it. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's not fucking hard. This isn't rocket science. What it is that you got people out there, and no offense, no hate towards them, none of that stuff. But people have to create a product for you to buy and a system for you to buy, and it's constantly having to improve upon shit and hey, I got this new idea or this always works, but there are simple fucking ways. And no, you can't sell that. And it doesn't make good conversation. It gets kind of boring, right? To say just buy super oversold conditions. Even when the market's going down, you can buy them. It doesn't matter. So the funny part about that trade is it doesn't matter if the fucking market is trending down over years or up over years or sideways over years. It doesn't make a difference. Fucking doesn't make a difference. When we reach oversold conditions, these fucking machines buy it. And that, I think that was that the flash crash in 85 or whatever we had? No, it might have not been the flash crash. It might have been just 87 crash. There was supposedly, this is like the beginning of computers. They had the code wrong. I'm kind of like shading this in right now. There's probably better facts out there, but there's computerized buying that kicks in at some point. So there's always some kind of a market because they've not had a market at certain points in our computer trading specifically. It's right there. It's fucking killing me here. I'm gonna kick out the Robinhood traders so we can make a move at 2:30. Yeah, we'll make a video. I've done videos in the past where I've actually marked every single instance of oversold conditions and shown where like a month call spread would print and where you would have needed a 3-month. There's where they fail is typically where you think there's actually going to be, or there's actual true risk of a market crash if you don't put enough time on those call spreads. Like I think it's 3 months. You would have a win rate of like it's a win rate of you roughly lose 3 out of 100, something like that. The crazy part though too is if you're in the middle of that trade, that one that you lose, it's not 3 out of 100. I think you lose like, I want to say it's 3 out of 40 or 30 trades or something like that. Maybe it's like I forget what it is now, but and this is only on the long side. The fucking put spreads, man. Even in a bear market, the fucking put spreads can still be a problem. The most consistent is the long side of that spread. And I've had people yell at me and be like, "Well, Cap, you missed all this money we could have made, and I should have just bought zero dates, or not zero dates. I should have just bought OTM calls like a month out." That all makes sense, but when I've tried to backtest that trade, and there's been failure points, high enough failure points that you might win like 8, 9 out of 10 in a year, and then one year you might have like 2 or 3 fucking huge failures. And this is like size on your account. Like you can't blow your account up like that. I've done that too. I've blown up accounts, man. It fucking sucks. I dismantled the desk once doing that. Like told my wife and kids to leave. I was like, told my wife to grab the kids and leave, and then I fucking took like $1,000 desk and broke it down into little pieces. I'm serious. Like that was stupidest fucking things ever done. You'll learn. I promise you. If you haven't learned, you will. You will. I promise. You will torch down a fucking a big account. Eventually, anywhere from like 1 to 3 to 5 times, or you'll go back to work, or you'll learn your lesson. There's only a few there's a few things that'll do it to you. If you're like, yeah, I'll do that. I'll learn down the road. Eventually, what you'll do is you'll lose enough money and you'll stop trading for like 3 to 6 months, and you're gonna stay away from trade, and then you're gonna start back testing finally. Trading methods and all your fucking mistakes and try to find something consistent and say, no matter what, I'm fucking trading this. You eventually learn. It's tough to grow a $1,000 account. There are ways to grow them, but I feel like $1,000, $20,000, it can be a real challenge to grow a small account. There are ways to grow small accounts. That's one of the ways to grow a small account. Everybody gets greedy though. Account gets bigger, and you're like, I'm going in with size on some risky shit. Yeah, any of you guys know, if any of you guys have a sizable account or been in the market long enough, you know about having to learn how to trade size, how to feel comfortable as you increase size. Then you go from size to not size anymore. I used to think that fucking dealers knew that I was coming to the market. I'd be in there trying to buy like fucking $50,000, $100,000 in weeklies and shit. Fucking SPY would go straight down, and I'm like, was it just me or was it another bunch of guys at the same time all buying this shit? Then I tried to hide my trades. Now I'm just too small. Mostly it's like mostly small trades outside of spreads. It's like in big turnover moments I'll put spreads on so it's I don't stick out. Big volume moments, so I just hide amongst the pack. But you'll learn all this shit the longer you trade, and it takes time in market. It's all time in market shit. It's like this love-hate relationship. All right, so I'm gonna probably scat out of here. It's 1:30 in the afternoon. I get ready for this game. I'm gonna grab a bear or something. So here's the deal. You guys want a take on tomorrow? I'll give you a take. Let me close Bookmap for just a moment. Give you guys what I think is gonna happen. Let's just look at a 1 month chart here, okay? I know it's sloppy right now. I need to clean this up. Let's just go with some knowns, okay? Doesn't matter if you're a bull or a bear. We know we've got volatility the next 2 days, okay? I want you to see that. We've got some volatility. We have one more chance of volatility down into Friday. Or even you could look at it, if we've got some bad news tomorrow, would be a pump, a market pump. So if we're able to recover this today into tonight at least, let's just pretend this is some kind of resistance here. Just up in here, this pivot point that's right here. So we recover this today into tomorrow. Then we get some vol into the event, of course. We got news in the morning too, so we could sell this off at 8:30 in the morning. But that's what we're looking for. I would expect to pump it. I'm going to expect to pump into the close today. I'm going to be honest with you. I expect to pump into the close, okay? I'm going to expect some kind of pump in the close. The reason being is because the volatility of the news before the open tomorrow, and then the vol that comes in later in the day. Either whether we trade it down or into JPOW tomorrow, I think you get the pump into the close today. I do. But we have some volatility tomorrow. We also have volatility on fucking Thursday, and then it's going to probably bloodbath. There's a high probability of a bloodbathing us down. As a bull, what you should be looking for, you want to buy a dip, man. You want to buy something fucking down here. I'll be honest with you. You want to buy that. This is like what you want to buy. You want to buy something like that. You want to buy down here. You want to buy down here. You want to buy with some safety. Bears are hoping for that volatility. Now, there's a thought process here that why do we have calls that are so expensive is that the news is going to be great tomorrow. There's a lot of purporters out there saying, nope, we're just trading down here. We're going to get this super blast up tomorrow. So if you want to put some money on, you want to put like 10% of your money on this move, you could put some call spreads that have time on them so we come back up later and hit up here. Personally, I want to be buying, it says Bookmap supply, bull trap up here. You want to be buying fucking put spreads on highs, right? So even, let's say you missed this move, and let's say you're like, I didn't trade this, and you missed this. You want to be buying fucking bear shit on highs and fucking bullshit on lows, right? Remember that. So if we're up on highs up here, you buy with some confidence, right? If we start trading down in here, you want to buy with confidence. Where is it at? It's down here. We already broke this trend. We've already broken that trend. So the look is down. That is where the look is. And you might not get every trade. You might not take every trade. So, but you want a high confidence in those trades, right? The more we stretch down here, the more there's a chance of us going up. The more we squeeze up higher, the more there's a chance we come down. Always consider that when you're taking the trades, that you're looking for extremes in the market. Someone could call this an extreme down here. Like we're already starting to hit an extreme level. I agree with that, but this is more extreme. Right? So start to think about this stuff when you're taking trades, where the risk is. I think the risk today into the close, specifically into the close for volatility, is for us to trade this up at least into the bell, maybe into like 345 or so, and then we can start getting some imbalanced shit for the sell side down in anticipation of tomorrow. But there should be a move higher. Should be. Probability of it trading higher into this bell. So yeah, that's my thought process. If you want to know what I think we get vol into the next 3 days. I don't think it's impractical to think we get vol in the next few days. I think VIX is setting up for the vol into the next couple days. I mean, you look at VIX, it's setting up for it, right? You've got all these indicators telling you that we're setting up for some volatility. You know, and a mix of good and bad news. You've even got the VIX here. I mean, look at the VIX. Fucking VIX is telling you, right, that we're at a low and to expect some volatility. That's what it's telling you. It's reading that this is coming. So, yeah, we can go up, but I'd rather be fucking up here right now. If we were up here, I'd rather say to you, yeah, you know what the chances are of going to 45? Rare. The better chances that we go down here, right? So when you start talking about probabilities and probably where we're probably going up in volatility the next 3 days. So though there's probably a pump into the bell today, it's probably going to be a pump into the bell today. It won't go straight up and straight down. I'm going to expect some kind of, for today, some kind of a squeeze higher, even if it's just a hair. Maybe we get to 396, and then we come back down into this level again. Could be something like that. Something like this, move higher, and then close it out down here. Could be slightly higher this pivot point. Bears want to be holding this no matter what into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They want to hold all this area here. And then, you know, it's always better. Sometimes it's better to wait to react. So if you're like, shit, which way do I pick for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Sometimes it's better to see what the initial reaction is, take the other side, or take the trade as it goes down. So I'll be flat into this bell only because of the fucking soccer game. But if I wasn't in the soccer game, I like the idea of us trading up into this bell. Just release a little bit of the pressure, reset shorts, reset puts into the volatility that awaits us ahead. And that's my thesis on at least the end of the day. If we traded sideways, that's probably my next most probable trade into the end of the day today. My least most probable trade is like the holy shit, I have to get out of the market trade. We got volatility coming tomorrow. That could happen too. I think the most likely trade though is like this up trade and then the slack off into the bell. Some kind of a move up higher to, let's say, let's call it like 320 in the afternoon or 345, something like that. That's what I think is going to happen. They're going to pad the fucking market for volatility. Now, the only other discussion we had this morning was, why are we going down so much Sunday into Tuesday? Seems like a lot of down for so much volatility. That's my last, like, that's the one thing in the back of my brain that's going, screaming at me saying, man, if we do sell off, like, so let's say we do sell off into this bell, and we sell off all day tomorrow into that 2 o'clock, I'm going to fucking buy the shit out of JPOW. I'll buy the shit out of that speech. I guarantee it. If we fucking sell right into that JPOW speech, I'm buying the fuck out of it. Because I ain't believing for a minute that we're selling. What I'm going to say is that somebody already knows what's going to happen. And that's why they're selling into it. Because they don't want it going too high. So I'm going to expect us to go up at least up into here somewhere into the bell. That's what I think is going to happen. And you can see the tag above here, right? We sold it up here, sold it down again. It wouldn't be crazy to think we're gonna get back up here for the bears to get back in line. Like, bears are here, bears are here, bears are here. I don't think it's unreasonable to say you go back up here. I don't think that's an out of control statement. I don't think that's bears are still in charge if you get up here. They're in charge here. They're in charge here. They rammed it home down here, let up a little bit, right? See these moves? So they probably want to ram it. And if I was a bear that traded futures, I'd be hoping for be hoping for something like this, right? Hoping for some kind of move like this. 6 o'clock in the morning, take a short. Make sense? That's what I'd be thinking if I was a bear. Does that make sense? Okay. So I'm gonna leave this up for you for the day. You guys have some points of interest. So if you just wanna, I'll leave the news on for you. And you have some points of interest. And the cool part is you have Bookmap here that'll tell you where the resistance is. Mainstream. If you have a chance to get away from trading today, World Cup's every 4 years. World Cup's a blast. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. If you're a Democrat, you definitely want to see fucking Iran get smashed in solidarity for women's rights. If you're a Republican, you want to see Iran get smashed because of, I don't know, oil, and it's Iran, I guess. So it doesn't really matter what political spectrum you are. I think most Americans want to see.
Seeing a piece from the Financial Times that Norway postpones new oil and gas exploration licenses now until 2025. Domestic budget deal goes against Oslo's promises to help Europe through the energy crisis.
Some form of, you know, for all the shitty things the U.S. I don't know about you guys, but man, I should say I'm a Democrat, but I was in the military, man. I've been all
This
over the
stream is
world.
sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
There was a soccer player that said, yeah, they interviewed him. I think it was, who interviewed him? I think it was Iran that interviewed him and said, how can you play for the U.S. soccer team and be an African American? He said it right. He was like, for all the shit the U.S. has,
We have provided this Financial Times piece on the feed for those interested.
as long as I see progress, I love it. And he said he's traveled a lot. When you travel a lot, you can see how bad it is in other places. How bad it is you go to a second world country, third world country, and they're actually fourth world countries and fifth world countries. For all the shit and dog shit that is in the United States, the U.S. is fucking awesome in some ways. It's fucking awesome. And it relies upon, all of us to make it a better place. And so that hope, I should get that video and post it on Twitter. It's pretty cool. I'll raise this up a little bit. For all the shit about the U.S., you got to keep faith, and you got to be a part of that change. And whatever change you want it to be, you got to be a part of that shit. Okay, that's my rant for today. Yeah, I was in Guatemala after a hurricane, and I was rebuilding a hurricane. I saw a child pregnant, saw a girl pregnant. Had men try to buy a female soldier from us. I've seen some fucking whack shit. Really, really fucked up shit. Racism in other places, parts of the world. Racism against your own kind. Racism against the fucking shade different color. Racism against white people. Like you can go in the wrong place. I used to live in Asia too. I spent a couple of years in Asia. So you can all get angry and shit at the U.S. and make those changes. But when it comes to like who we are against the rest of the world, there's a lot of people who look up to us and hope that we become a better place, right? There are a ton of people that would love to live here. Not the Norwegians. They got it great over there. Norwegians They got nice prisons and prison reform. They got healthcare, all that good stuff, and they haven't fucked up their whole economy with it. There's a few Scandinavian countries are doing it right. If you're gonna look at a country, probably Scandinavian countries do it all pretty good. Okay, you guys, I'll take it easy. I'll catch up with you. I'll catch up with all you guys tomorrow morning. Absolutely. Did you kick their ass? No, you can't. Like, you can't, like, so there's this whole other part where you do the right thing when you have to step in, you do the right thing. If you see there's really weird rules of engagement. There's how you interact with. There's this whole ugly American, loud American concept. There's you can put yourself in very dangerous situations when you're interjecting yourself with authority. It's a really weird thing. People don't realize that when you're like in a place where if you're in a war zone or if you're in a disaster zone or something like that. There's this addictive. I don't know if it's addictive, but it's a really fucked up thing. Like, you're talking about some lowly private or some private fucking cum dumpster or some specialist or some sergeant. You're kind of like the guy with all the power. Like, you have more power than anyone, and it can be a very you don't want to be that person. I mean, you have to be that person, but the interplay with how you interact with civilians is I don't know, it's a fucked up thing. I don't know if I want to say it's tacit. And it's a weird power dynamic. It's almost like you're raping somebody, but you're not. It's like just saying that. It's fucked up. It's like I try to relate to people like a police officer. Whenever you guys encounter a police officer, in any way, shape, or form, how you act in front of that police officer, that's kind of like a kidnapping or a rape situation. When I had to go to counseling for this shit. So when you're in that authority, when you're that authoritative figure, it's a whole different thing when you're a soldier. So you're in this position of ultimate life and death authority over someone.
3.6 million barrels per day next year.
So there's a psychology behind all of that and how people act around you amongst all that kind of stuff and the danger to you as well. You guys all have a great afternoon. I posted the Discord on I posted the Discord link on oh man, look at that. Oof. Look at Tesla. We already talked about this, right? We already talked about Tesla. I told you guys it was losing, right? I already told you guys this back here, right? What did I tell you guys? We talked about this days ago, right? Hit the 50%, tag the 61%. Actually, we did it twice. One tag, there's two tags. And then you'll come back to the 50% and start heading right back down. You guys don't want to hear me. I heard people on Twitter yesterday talking about how bullish Tesla was. I was like, fuck me, man. I can't talk about this shit any longer. You guys know it's fucking not bullish. You guys know where it's going, right? This is not the best. I usually chart Tesla on a different chart.
That Iraq plans to raise oil exports by 250,000 barrels per day in the second half of next year.
Yeah, I gotta do this on a different charting software. Sorry, I'm not doing this in front of you guys. It's gonna be a fucking bloodbath, man. I'll chart this for you and post it on Twitter, okay? It's gonna be a fucking Tesla's gonna be a fucking bloodbath. I'm sorry if you're I'll post it on Twitter, I promise. I'll post something in depth. There are people there. I was talking to Joe about this on.
And Iraq also says that OPEC Plus plans to cut oil output by 2 million barrels per day this month. That's Iraq saying that OPEC Plus plans to cut oil output by 2 million barrels per day.
I'm probably doing a disservice to Tesla bulls because I didn't get to have this conversation publicly, but I was talking to Joe about it yesterday. There are groups of people out there. So Elon Musk, okay? The moment that he was roped into buying Twitter, opened up a Pandora's box of bridge loans, of commercial loans, of big money being fronted to him. Talking about revolving credit, all kinds of nonsense. Having to pay down, there's risk, right? And there's like, I got to pay this interest every year, right? I got billions of dollars. Now he's fighting with companies that pay advertising dollars that can now negotiate for more money. The point I'm saying this is this. It's not that Elon can't be successful. It's that you've got big power and big money brokers that there's a door open for them to negotiate with Elon. There's a door open to make money. There's a door open for positioning. And there's so much greed that anyone and everyone that has a chance to make money off of this deal, whether it's in a positive or negative light, will do it. So there's real risk. There's the negotiation of his compensation package. There's banks that have been slighted by him for over the years and decades. And so every time you open up the doorway to this stuff happening, you guys see it in business all the time. And this is on a huge scale. So it brings volatility into Tesla, and it brings real risk to the price of Tesla. No one wants to talk about that shit. I don't give a flying fuck about the blue check marks and the gold check marks and the fucking freedom of speech. You guys are out there arguing about a fucking oligarch. I love Elon, but like talking about if you had like you've got different forms of government that have succeeded over the years. You had the rise of corporations from 1900 into the 1970s and 80s. You have the rise of the oligarch in the United States. This is the concentration of wealth. So do I trust the government? Fuck no. Do I trust fucking companies? Fuck no. Do I trust fucking an oligarch? Fuck no. And you guys are talking about handing your trust over to at least in the creation of the United States, you had some check marks, which check marks to your freedom of speech. But then you hand it over to corporations. And now you're handing it over to oligarchs, and you guys are all lost, or retail people are all lost in this whole argument. When that has nothing to do with the fuck is going on. There's behind the scenes, there's companies, governments, and oligarchs fighting over how they control free speech to you, and the money that's behind it, and the power that's behind it. And so they're doing all this shit's behind the scenes. And what that does, though, is opens up volatility to Tesla stock. And if you're a Tesla bull and a Tesla investor, you have to be aware that there are large factions of people and groups and governments that want to knock the fucking shit out of Tesla down because of what's happening right now. So I think Sawyer Merritt posted something yesterday talking about this. There was a JPM note that came out about it. It's real. It's fucking real. So yeah, I'm getting the fuck on out of here. You guys take it easy. Later or go. Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but you can't say there's not going to be fucking volatility on fucking Tesla. You can't. Until all this shit like the Rising Phoenix bullshit, that ain't happening today. You know, so expect volatility in Tesla. Expect further down in Tesla. Expect it. It might not happen, but yeah, I would expect it. Highly probable. You guys take it easy. I'll be back. There's your little chart set up right there. Look at that. Look at that little beautiful little nastiness. Later, guys. I'll leave the stream up and running for you. I'll put the news on. News is on for you. Try to step away and watch the football game if you can. Peace. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong one.
So Iraq news agency is citing Sumo for the official Sumo official Sardoon on the oil export information there. So we are just seeing the Fed here as they release the minutes of their discount rate meeting. So 9 of the 12 Fed banks boards sought a 75 basis point discount rate rise ahead of the November FOMC decision.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Noting upside movement in US stocks following this.
Oh yeah, baby! Look at that pump in the market. It's ripping.
NYMEX gasoline December futures settle at $2.23 a gallon. NYMEX diesel December futures settle at $3.29 a gallon.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
NYMEX WTI crude January futures settle at $78.20 a barrel, up 96 cents or 1.24%. US Senate Republican leader McConnell says best way forward is a one-year government funding bill. NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at $7.23 MMBTU. ICE Brent crude January futures settle at $80.03 a barrel. Just to repeat that, ICE Brent crude January futures settle at $83.03 a barrel.
boy. So stopping in for a minute. We got USA on a goal here, or at a halftime. So what do we got here? It's kind of wild. How can I trade it right inside of this zone right here? Isn't that kind of wild right here? Traded right in here. Traded it up, bounced right off resistance, bam, back down right to supposed support. Isn't this fucking wild watching this right here? I mean, I think I left when we were doing this nonsense here, right? And then we blasted up, bounced right off. She's makes you wonder if everybody else is trading that pattern out there. Isn't that fucking crazy? Jeez. I don't know what to say about that. I really don't. So then you got a big giant green bar right here. I mean, you can see that big giant green volume bar. These can be good and bad. Usually they signal, just so you guys know, see this big green, see this one right here? And you had this little bit of volume right here. Watch my cursor down here. And you got some push dip here. Not always. This depends on the end of the day, but when you see something like this, sometimes you'll end up seeing, well, hey, we're already going to start blasting off from it, but I was just going to try to tell you guys that you might kind of see like a 1, 2, might follow a plane like this, and then you get that kind of move up, like one where you kind of like do a quick fail, something like this, right? Bam, bam. Be careful of that trade right there. We might just blast off. I mean, this is a giant fucking green bar right here. They bought this, and they're not selling this, so it might just go straight up. You might just see a straight fucking green bar stripped to the top here. But when you see something like this green bar right here, you might see, you know, I would be if you're a trader, you know, you might miss the trade. It might just go straight north. But right in here, you'd be looking. This is that consolidation. So you saw the consolidation started, right? 1, 2, 3, bam, green bar. So they're going to take it up normally. You come back down for another little consolidation. You have a 1, a 2, and then a quick liquidity grab down below by head hedge fund or whatever, and then a blast north. So pay attention to this as it trades. The one fear that you would have in this trade would be as we come into the bell. Let's say we hit that 3 o'clock hour, right? You get this big buy right here, and the one fear would be come in, right? You get your 1, 2, 3 or your 1, 2, for you move higher, and then at 3 p.m. They'd start selling the market down on you. This would be like the rug pull trade. So there's a bad trade to this. So what I would say to you is that you're going to look to enter this trade. The safe way to enter this trade would be to look for 1 to 2 to 3 taps. So I'd be looking for somewhere around in here. I'd be looking for the second tap somewhere where my cursor is. I'd be looking for the second one down here, and then maybe a quick liquidity grab down below, something like that, and then you'd grab that trade higher right there. That's what I'd be looking for. Now, it might just off and run without you because of this big green bar, this big volume grab right here. And it can be a fake out. So when you're looking for this, so if I was looking for this, I'm going to show exactly what I'm looking for. This might just blast straight off. This is a trade where you can miss it. It's that powerful. Now, I'd be looking to move this over here, and I'd be waiting down somewhere down in here. You can see it down here too, right? It's already come down 1. Actually, this could be a little larger time frame. 1, 2, 3. You got 1, 2, and this might be your power move right here. Hold on, let me mute this. Mute Bookmap real quick. This could actually be your power move. There's your 1. There's your 2. There's your 3. That could be a monster move higher. Now I'd be looking for somewhere down in here. I'd be looking for a quick roll, and then boom, it's powerful fucking move up into the close. Just keep your eyes open on this trade right here. And of course, on these big trades like this big power move, there's always like the rug pull. There's like a guy back here. There's a guy from the guy from a hedge fund, and he's just looking to just yank out the buyers right here and trap you going down. So you have to have some stops somewhere in here. Like you're looking to buy this, and you don't want it to go below. That would make it the safest would be to buy it right here and not and have stops below over here. But it might just take off. That was a pretty big move right here. So I can't say that it's not just going to take off and start running. But if you want the safety of the trade, it's somewhere down below, and then a fucking power move to the top. But I'm impressed that it stayed. I'm impressed that it stayed in here while I've been gone. It's pretty much a blueprint for what to expect. So somewhere down in here on this S1, see if you can catch this on a down move for a trade higher. Does that help? Yeah, you might just see the power move up. It might just blast off. It's a pretty powerful move. You're gonna. It's a pretty power. No one's buying here to not see it print something. The key is, can you get in lower? There's probably some people with money that want to take it, that want to jump in on the trade. Usually, it's not always one time. You want to see where people get in. You want to keep time of in the market. You want to keep time of someone bought down here. Someone bought down here. They took some profit, and they're trying for a second move down here to get some more profit. Yeah, okay, you guys get it. You guys don't need me. Good luck in this trade higher. We'll see if it moves into the bell. It's a power move without a doubt. Captain of the Crayon, baby. Yeah, this is a buy down here. This is a fucking buy. This isn't no low volume fucking sell or anything. This big giant green bar. These are green bars of fucking going up. That's why we use volume charts. It should blast off. If not right here, somewhere down here, someone's gonna grab some liquidity and rip it higher. You get a big player, you got like a hedge fund or something that bought this, and they want to make sure that it's going up higher. They'll jump right back in and buy more. They have deeper pockets. All you're trying to do is grab one of these down here. If it happens, you want to be able to grab one of these down here. As a matter of fact, this cross right here, you might want it to be something like this. That's that golden cross area. I know golden crosses are moving averages, but I use these crosses all the time. And they tend to, maybe I call it a CaptainJimJames cross. You took the crumbs on that one. Yeah, this is a pretty easy trade right here. Seeing that. When you ever see something like this, not always, but you can see it right here. You can see it right here. You can see it right here. I mean, you can just see it on the volume bars. You can't see it with the Bookmap up, but you can see this volume, right? Big volume spike in green bars, then a decline in volume, and you get to move higher, right? So a big volume bar, right? Decline in volume, and you're looking for that last move up. So there's two moves. You get the big volume bar, and then you get a decline in volume, and then the move actually happens. So people say things like big volume means they're going up. It's actually the declining volume on a green volume bar, where the move actually happens. So finer details of when these moves happen. Yeah, I mean you can take the trade. I mean you can enter the trade whenever you like. How the setup sets itself up is you're looking for the safest trade. So the safest trade is down here, or even down here, and at least 1, 2, 3. So you'll see a 1, 2 move higher, 1, 2, 3 move higher. If you get a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and it doesn't move higher, if you start seeing it stall right here, that's where you'll see your failure. So if you start seeing a stall on a second or third consolidation, that's when you know you're turning into distribution. You'll start to see that move stall. And not every time, but enough that you can pinpoint when we're stalling, or we're gonna blast. We're gonna roll over. Like remember up here. Hold on. You guys remember earlier today when we were up here? We made this move, and I was like, man, I don't fucking like this. We're stalling out in this move, and we ended up rolling over. So you don't want everyone to see that, like push and then stall. And even this right here was enough. Even this right here was enough to show you that we were stalling. Right? We're just stalling. This is the first consolidation bar. There was no two consolidations. It's one consolidation and declining, but we got time against us. So you want to see boom, bought it, move up higher, boom, maybe that, and then ram it home. And so you're looking to target, if you can target. Sometimes it's only two moves, then you get the rip. That was a pretty powerful buy down there. So someone is likely forcing this to print. All right, I'm going to go back to the game. Hopefully you guys are watching. It's a pretty kick-ass game. U.S. didn't show up last match, man. This match, they decided to play futsal against people. They must have figured out that Iran didn't have the best players. Iran was trying to play World Cup soccer. U.S. just reverted back to like old school futsal, which is kind of rad. They're playing like small court not boom ball, like a man-on-man, 3-on-3, crazy like fast paced young blood soccer. It's like college basketball. It's nice to see because they don't have a hitter, but a big striker, but that's okay. They're definitely looking good today. Oh man, Tesla the new low of the day. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I see the possible future. I try to when I trade, most of my trades or trading habits revolve around probabilities. What's the probability of this happening? So it seems like I have a magic ball, but I don't. It's just a matter of looking at the entire map and saying, what's the probability of this happening? So sometimes it goes against me, but you want to take high probability trades, high probability paths for the we did this yesterday. We did this yesterday on the way down, right? You guys remember yesterday? We did this on the way down, right? We tried to buy dips yesterday, but at the same time, we were aware that we were aware. I deleted it today, but do you remember when we started drawing this out earlier in the day? And we drew this whole entire thing out right to the bottom. Right? Remember, I put a 394 down here, and we had we tracked this all day long yesterday, right? This large trend, and you should be doing that. You should be like, hey, where are we going? Where are we headed? When do we get bullish breaking out of this? And so same kind of a deal today. No difference. Starting to track to see where we're going. Watching for that reversal. We got that reversal earlier. You can see the reversal in here, right? Coming down. Now we're getting a reversal, right? There's a trend reversal right here. You can see the trend reversal. We wanted that trend reversal yesterday. We didn't get it. So we're getting it today. And you're going to see that get picked back up. You're seeing that play out right now. Dips are being bought. We're trying to push it up. Dips are being bought. We're trying to reverse trend. We're trying to head higher into the close right here. What's the probability? I think the likelihood. I think I said this earlier today. Likelihood was that we trade up and then we sell it down into the bell. Something like that. That's what I would expect. Can we sneak it up? Now, yesterday we didn't sneak it down, but we do always have that possibility that you make this move higher, or you come back down for some support, and then towards the bell, if we go early low, sometimes you'll see that little sneak up right into the bell. So you'll see some of that sometimes as well. Low probability of getting above here. So the high probability is 396.91. That's a low probability high for the close. Low probability high of the close is 396.90. Likelihood close, if you want likelihood, right there, 396. But that still includes more than likely a sell-off at some point if we hit it. What you really want to buy is really want to buy this. You really want to see this like something like that. That's the fucking move right there. But I doubt we get it. That was a giant green bar back here. You'd have to have an imbalanced sell side after 3 o'clock. Actually, it is 3:10. So if you start listening into Financial Juice will come out and tell you if we're in a sell side or buy side imbalance. See the sell side imbalance. Watch out for the move down lower. Catch you guys all tomorrow. I'm going to go back to watching the game. Good luck for the rest of today. Nice trade right here. Beautiful trade. Looking for one more trade into this bell. How much do I what? Are you out of your recent spreads from last CPI read? Yeah, I've closed. All my spreads have been closed at this point. Last spread I was trying to enter was on Friday, and I thought we might get another squeeze higher. It was like just the start of spread buying time, and I missed my put spreads. So I'm looking for another chance to buy put spreads. I've been hoping to buy put spreads since yesterday and today. So I'm hoping that some point today and tomorrow I can buy some put spreads. Talked to them on a preview, but I talked it in depth on Friday, I think, or Wednesday, and the time and the range on those spreads. So I'm looking to enter at some point soon. Again, I've been looking for the past week. I should have entered them on Wednesday or Friday. I was talking about them, but I didn't. I was looking for that extension up to like 406, I think at that time it was. Earlier it was like 415, 412. We're starting to roll it over, though, so... you know, I was here. I wanted like 415, I think, and for an extension, and then here I wanted it at 406, and I didn't get it. So I think I might have one more chance. I'm hoping that I don't miss it, but even if I miss it, there's a ton of legs down coming, guys. You guys have there are some legs coming for. If we go down, there's so much time to make a ton of money on the way down. So if the next spread we put on, it doesn't. We could take it right here and it would be fine. So we're good. I'd prefer though to get it on a high. I'd go back one more time at that 400 or so. Hopefully I can get it the next week. See you guys soon.
Just seeing a piece from the Wall Street Journal that says OPEC leans towards maintaining flat production.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
That OPEC headline does conflict with a prior headline we received about Iraq. OPEC plans to cut oil output by 2 million barrels a day. Early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 176 million to the sell side.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Early market on close imbalance, 176 million to the sell side. early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 176 million to the sell side. Market on close imbalance currently sitting at 775 million to the buy side, just waiting for the final orders before we call it. Market on close imbalance sitting at 780 million to the buy side.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So look at that run right up into the bell, huh? Just grinding right up. I wonder if we get the gap up in tomorrow. Any of you guys still in here right now? You might get a gap up tomorrow. I'm interested in a gap up tomorrow. I might buy some calls. Might get some gap up. I'm down for. We have a few minutes left to get a gap up. USA's men's soccer just won. Hell's yes, USA baby. Hell's yes.
According to Kyoto, Japan is to consider tapping FX special amount.
You guys have a wonderful night.